Anti-aircraft defenses activated.
Hello. Just let me know where you want me to take her. Aye, aye.
Hi there. Are you free?
Excellent choice. You can't go wrong with any of this stuff. Thanks. Come back soon.
Hey, how's it going?
Christian Phelps, present. Radio when you need me.
I got you covered here.
All right, we might be ready to move on this thing.
Hey.
Later.
You were looking for Nazar, I think. Yes, all is cleared. I see the ruins of a battle fought long ago. Madame will be here when you return.
How heavy can you get? All together, the 90s soft!
look here. The president of the motorcycle club. What you want, then? There you are. See ya.
Whoa! Did you take yourself at the bike shop? Whoa, now she looks pretty, but not in like a girly way. That is hot, if I do say so myself. Wow, she looks good. Not that she didn't already. Now that's an attractive bike. For a serious hardened criminal. That's a nice set of boots.
listen to me.
They have access to the base. Let them through.
Need anything? Aye, aye. See you you soon. See ya.
Morse Mutual. We're here to help. Okay.
Hey, boss.
You think law enforcement realize when they're working in direct opposition to the nation's interests? Well, they might figure it out when you're knocking them out the way in a modified big rig. Take the truck to the buyers on the route we give you and pay as little attention to those numbskulls as you can. And that, I believe, is everything sold. Next time you see those weapons, they'll be on the news.
You're through to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride? I'll get there as soon as I can.
Hey there, boss. Good to see you, boss. What do you have, boss? Here. doing, boss?
Okay, so we're selling some of the stuff that's been piling up downstairs and giving me a heart attack? Great. I've sent you an address. The buyer wants the whole lot dumped right there. So, someone's got word about this little delivery. Look out for these assholes coming after you. Okay, you made the sale. We finally got currency to run through the tills at this place. All anyone drinks nowadays is bottled fucking water. The profits minus the laundering fee will be in your account soon.
there's the boss. Hello. How can I help you? I'll take care of the food. You take care of the company. So long. You thought about giving me some shares, boss? Oh, hi. What can I do for you? You got a nice fleet, boss. Your personal vehicle is being brought up now. You got the pickup point on your GPS? Okay, all looks cool from here. Just collect the goods and bring them to the warehouse.
This ain't happening.
fine, right? Sure.
You're all loaded up and ready to move. Get the goods to the drop-off and this deal is done. But hey, I'd keep an eye out for anyone trying to intercept you on the road.
What you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them around. It's coming at you.
You have forgotten about me, my friend, which is, frankly, a little disrespectful.
almost here? Nice! We can get the car ready to be disassembled, which means payment won't be far behind.
Oh, shit!
Nice, dude! Those parts will be easy money, so watch this space.
He's a goddamn communist.
Yes, squaw. For a many moons, our peoples have lived happily together. We sinful savages...
Catch you later.
That car is fine as hell.
Hey, honey, how are you? Are we having the world famous pork chops again tomorrow?
guessing you don't want a back rub. How can I help? No problem. I'll get him off your back.
Oh, shit. Another bum, man. Oh, shit.
Come experience the excitement of the ancient art of rich people trying to be faster than each other. It's premier horse racing at the Inside Track.
Waitress? The service sucks. A big one with the place.
Chips. Come back soon.
Yeah, baby! Living a dream!
Oh, well, that was quick.
I told you to wear your other shoes.
boss. Hello. You do know that I've got 2 degrees, both in finance. What can I do for you? Just let me know what you need. So long. Oh, hi.
Of course, to become truly popular, your murder has to be both unsolved
Yeah, that sounds
and
great.
gruesome.
I'll believe it when I see it. Call me when you got results. No, I will not confirm. Why would I say that on the phone? You think I'm stupid? Use the secure servers like a professional. Ugh. I've gotta go. Someone's coming.
Alright. So, I'm back. Morning, everybody. How's it going? So... Yeah, I don't even know how to start this, but... I'm not happy about my actions recently. Is that, like, I've faced a lot of challenges in my life.
It's the general.
A lot,
Hi there.
but none
What do you
have
need?
challenged me
You got a
more
nice
than,
fleet, boss.
than alcohol has. It's disgusting. I'm not proud of it.
How can I help you?
I'm really not.
Quite a collection you've got here.
I feel ashamed of myself, honestly. You feel guilty as soon as you start drinking the first drink. You feel guilty even leaving a liquor store.
Did I mention that I have an MBA?
But it's one of the hardest demons in the world to battle.
Your personal vehicle is
It's
being
horrible.
brought up now.
I could rather anything else. Anything. Drinking coffee helps. Right? But if I get a flashback or a memory or something... then I end up drinking.
Hey, Heffa, what's up?
Stupid.
We got that stuff all loaded up for you on the flatbed. It's right outside the warehouse. Nothing left to do but deliver. Ship's waiting at the docks. I say watch your back, but look who the fuck I'm talking to, right?
I've done that for 20 years. I can openly admit that. That's not something to be proud of, by the way. That's not a fucking milestone, okay? No. Don't think that that's an accomplishment at all. It's not. If anything, I'm able to stop. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm sick of it. But it numbs the pain. That's the thing. My bad days, I don't have a bad day. Go to alcohol, because that has always been my go-to. Always. And when I overheard the conversation of my parents arguing with each other that I was a mistake, it was the easiest thing. Like as a kid, you hear that.
How we doing? Hey, I got this. Back before you
How do you digest that? You overhearing your parents arguing and fighting with each other and saying that you were a mistake. They basically hate you because you're their mistake. You're the reason they're fighting and everything else. The other reason their life got flipped upside down, shit like that, right? Bury those feelings by drinking. Now here I am talking about them over coffee. Yeah, weird. But it has to be said. I can't keep the model up forever. Oh, those two acted it out. Not only did they act it out, they lived it. They showed pure hatred towards me. When I look back at my childhood, it all makes sense now. Why it was so bad, why they beat on me a lot. Every time they were angry, or something was wrong in their life, something was miserable in their life, and they needed to take out their anger and aggression, guess who got it? I got it. And I had the scars to prove it too. That wasn't an easy childhood. Nope. Why do I get too much trust issues? Where is it? And I wish I would have told my grandfather. I really told my grandfather. Something would have happened. I was afraid. I didn't know who to tell. I didn't know who to talk to. I didn't know how to talk to anybody. I didn't know how to express what was going on. I was supposed to. Just... Good. I guarantee you. If my grandfather knew that his grandson was getting beat, especially by his own child, I know my grandfather.
You need something, huh?
Nice
One of your rides? Let me know.
After that, watch out. So, again, I have to deal with PTSD, the scars, and the bullshit. And trying to clean myself after what they've done. That's fucked up. No, I shouldn't be to alcohol to solve problems or shit. Excuse me, but certain problems.
I'll get back to it then.
Nice.
But I understand. That's for sure. Like, it's Sunday. I'm gonna attend church soon, by the way. And I'm gonna try and stay sober again. Alright? And stay on this path. I feel guilty for drinking yesterday, like, I'm not proud of this, and I know a lot of you are going to have something to say about this, but I put down 15 beers yesterday.
Have a nice day. Remember, all leakers will be court-martialed for treason.
I'm not proud of that. I am not proud of that. That scares me. It scares me because I don't have any self-control anymore. Seriously? Like, no normal person puts down 15 beers in a day. Nobody. No regular average person that goes out to socialize or anything like that is putting down 15 beers. easy. No. I put down 15 beers yesterday and was looking for more. I wanted more after that. That's my breaking point, and it's Sunday. Everything happens for a reason. It's the Lord's Day, too. So, maybe, well, likely God made me feel guilty for fucking up yesterday. Fucking up large. Like it was a big fuck up. I should not have been anywhere near that fucking shit. I'm better than that. It's just... Oh, excuse me, sorry. I have to... Oh, fucking... When you get emotional and tears come out of you, so does a bunch of phlegm and all kinds of other weird bullshit. I don't cry much, alright? Can you tell? Fuck. There's a bunch of weird shit happens to me when I do. But the thing is, being open and honest about it, and admitting I have the problem with it, is half the battle. Right? I know that. Collectively. And it's just whenever I had a difficult, challenging time in my life for the last 20 years, what helped me go through it was I always ran to alcohol, because that was anxiety. Exactly. And I did. Thank you for that. And I did remove them out of my life. I removed them completely out of my life. Right? And each and every day, despite what they did to me, I pray for them. I pray for their safety. I ask God to please keep them safe. And to forgive them for abandoning me and for the things that they did to me. Right? I don't wish bad things on anybody. I can't. I couldn't imagine hitting somebody the way I was treated and abused and tormented and oh. I can think back to those many, many days, many, many hours I spent in my room all alone with nothing. No water, no food. Can't go to the bathroom. You come out of your room, you're gonna get beat. Yeah, excuse me, I still do. Like I said, my grandfather was a highly decorated fire captain in the city of Toronto. And he was all for the people in the neighborhood. I looked up to him ever since being a little kid. Couldn't look up to my father. My father turned around and beat the crap out of me all the time. And my grandfather never laid a hand on me. Never. He treated me with respect. He made me feel important. He brought me to the firehouse whenever I wanted. And I could hang out with him and be around him instead of being around my abusive parents. But the thing is, when I was growing up, I didn't know I didn't know how to tell anybody. Like as a kid, it's not like when I was growing up, it wasn't a very easy thing to talk about. You can't just run up to any adult and say to them, hey, guess what? I'm getting abused. I've been getting beat on for the last, like, many years of my life, every single day. Like, can you do something about it? There was no proper approach. Like, you couldn't speak about it in my day. You could speak about it now, and now look at, and the unfortunate part is that I'm starting to realize that I really want to get involved with, and I want to do the counseling and any courses for it, because the thing is, the conversation needs to be had. The more lives we can save, it's not just me. Like, I know I can help myself by helping others, by getting involved, and not just speaking about it, but getting involved with the situation, right? Instead of just making noise about it, because the greatest people that can help those who are in the struggle are the ones who have gone through the struggle. You can't have some Joe Smo, because I've had it, and I've called them out on it, and they didn't like it. And here's my example. I had one psychiatrist, and she had passed through everything through school, right? Had a perfect childhood and everything, right? Somehow is a psychiatrist, and is able to turn around and talk to me about my problems, right? So when I turned around and educated her, she didn't like that. No, she didn't like that at all. Yeah, I'm thinking about starting to volunteer and whatnot, because, you know, you're right, our youth right now need direction more than ever right now, especially so important. I really appreciate you guys listening. You know, with me being very open with all of you, it opens up a lot of scars from the past when I talk. That's why I'm hesitating. That's why the tears are flowing and stuff like that. It's a lot of stuff I've kept bottled up for years and years, many years, and I just dealt with it. Well, I didn't deal with it. I'm dealing with it now. That's why it's all coming out, because for the last 20 years, all I did was ignore it. I ignored the reality. I ignored the pain. I didn't want to address it. I didn't want to face it. I didn't want to acknowledge it. None of it. I didn't want any part of it. It feels good talking about it, though, each and every time. That was the thing, like, until about their past. I follow politics. I love my country. I love America too. It's very sad what's happening right now to our culture that we built up, and else they're destroying it. Right? One of our MPs stood up the other day. She gave me the courage to speak. I'm going to focus on the good days. Thank you for the kind words and encouragement. I appreciate that. You know, Melissa stood up in Parliament the other day, and she barked back at the Liberals because the Liberals have this stupid policy in British Columbia, in the province of British Columbia. They did. Not anymore now, because of her outburst. Her outburst changed the minds of many, because according to Justin Trudeau and his Liberal cabinet or whatever, you're going to make dinner. All right, have a great night. You enjoy your dinner. Thank you for hanging out and all your advice. I appreciate you. I'll keep you updated. I'll stay on the sober path. I will this time. I got it. Like, it's always been a battle, but I really got it this time. Melissa said something really, like, heart-touching, and I felt it big time in the heart the other day. She came out in the House of Commons, and here's the thing: so the Justin Trudeau government did this really stupid policy, okay? And had this pilot, he called it a pilot project, like a test project, okay? Like a science experiment. And his experiment was, let's legalize hard drugs. A small amount, like you could carry a couple grams of coke or meth or heroin and shoot yourself up in a public place, smoke crack on a fucking on public transit. Sorry my language, but that you could, even in the hospitals, in front of the nurses, and there's not a damn thing that they could do about it because the law states that that's okay. And the worst part,
Well, hey!
the only worst part that's going to come about is a fine, a ticket. In which case they won't even jail you for anyways.
Whoops! Looking into it,
because
Cap.
that system over there is so soft.
See ya!
So basically it's like they can turn around and do whatever the fuck they want. For a while. Well, they were getting away with it for a while. Now, I don't use hard drugs. Never have, never will. I mean, I tried cocaine once or twice in my life, but it wasn't for me. Now, here's the thing. I'm not judging anybody who is on those types of drugs. I want you guys to get help, right? Because I'm an addict myself. I'm addicted to alcohol. Alright? I'm an alcoholic. It's a drug too. It's just it's a liquid form. And it's it's evil. Fact is, it is not okay for anybody to be able to use hard drugs. And then, oh man, and then they turned around and said in the House of Commons, the Liberals had the nerve to sit there and say that there's toxic safe drugs out there that we need to We need to make sure that there are safer drugs accessible for those people. I'm thinking in my head, like, as an addict myself, like, what? Are you fucking kidding me? The worst thing you could fucking do to an addict is to put the fucking substance in front of their face and give more of it to them. Are you, oh, that's retarded. It's ridiculous. It's the most obscene thing I've ever... Oh, it makes no sense. Literally, as an addict myself and talking about it, I can tell you. Don't put that shit in front of our face. You can't. I can't control myself. If it's in front of my face, guess what? I'm gonna get weak and I'm gonna drink it. Yeah. I could be as mentally strong as possible and everything else, but the second that that shit's in front of my face, guess what? It's over. Yep. That's facts. Melissa turned around the other day in the House of Commons, and the Liberals were screaming and yelling to keep their deadly policy going, to allow, and hear me out for a second. Let me just let you guys know, about 20 human beings from British Columbia, Canadian citizens, or, I mean, could be Canadian citizens, could be any background, but between 20 and 25 people were dying per day under that policy. Per day. They stood up, they tried to argue to keep that policy alive, and a conservative MP from our side stood up, and she's from Alberta, and she's got stones, man. Melissa's got stones. Yeah, she's so courageous and awesome. And she stood up and she said if this policy was to be implemented when I was struggling with my addiction like this, I wouldn't be here in the House of Commons speaking in front of any one of you. Right? How... Explain to me how it is okay to give a heroin addict more heroin and supply it to them and call it safe supply, okay, and keep allowing them to go down that path so that eventually, you know, their organs will give up or something will happen inside their body because they won't be able to sustain the abuse that they're doing to their body, and then they'll eventually have some kind of a, you know, health problem and unfortunately, you know, pass on and not get to live the fulfillment and proper life that they were actually could have had or were supposed to have. Does it make sense? I turn around and I voted against it. I follow the House of Commons all the time. I follow politics more than ever now. And I am not for any policy that turns around and tries to classify anything as safe supply of drugs, right? Daniel Smith is my leader of my province, right? For you Americans, that would be your governor of your state, right? And she's awesome because she believes in that people need to be rehabilitated and need treatment, not safe supply, right? She got my vote, and she will always have my support because she openly admitted to everybody, as I'm admitting to you guys, that she had to deal with a mental health problem in her own family, right? And she faces those challenges, so she understands. And Danielle Smith is completely against Justin Trudeau's dangerous policies. No safe supply for drugs, and just keep feeding people drugs so that will cure their addiction. No. These people are on drugs and are addicted to substances for a reason. The reasons have to be addressed, and how to address those issues is not feeding the addiction. Like, as addicts, we can turn around and tell you that. Like, some of us are, a lot of us who have been addicts for a long time will tell you when we are sick of it, we don't even do it for enjoyment anymore. Nope. Because it's not enjoyable. I don't know what it's like to enjoy a drink. I don't. All I know in my mind for the last 20 years, well, a little more than 20 years now, is that's gonna erase, that's gonna block out any part of my past. So let's get that, and let's start drinking. And the quicker we keep drinking, the faster that this shit's gonna get blocked. You know? And it goes away. I'll try not to swear as much. That's facts. You look at it, like, as soon as any of those, like, I'm telling you, for the last 20 years, like, even my good days, if I had something flare up from my past to remind me of what my parents did to me, I'd stay silent about it. I wouldn't tell anybody about it. You guys are the first ones hearing about it. Yeah. This is, like, actually, correction. There's a nurse that knows about this stuff. Because I finally came out and explained everything last year. Because I kind of had a mental breakdown. Because I didn't know how to deal with it anymore. My mind was getting flooded with nightmares. Constantly. I look at myself in the mirror, right? I was looking at myself in the mirror and going over my body and looking at my body and looking at a side of my body and going like, holy fuck, that's a lot of scars. Honcho, good morning, brother. Welcome back. Thank you for coming by. Honcho knows. Honcho knows I'm spitting facts. He's an old school G just like me. He's from the hood. He knows. You can tell it in people's voices when they spit facts. Right? We know. We know people. You're able to read people when you grow up in the hood. You can hear it in people's voices and stuff like that. You could just. It's hard to explain, but you're able to read people on a different level, and see things. You see things inside another person, and you can feel their. Oh yeah, that's the tough part about going through all this, is that, like, you can. When you've gone through as much shit as I have, and abuse and pain, you can read other people's pain right off their face. You can feel it right off of them. You can pick up on it so quick, so fast. You can feel every part of it. And it's heartbreaking. And then you're able to connect with them, though. That's the beauty part about it, right? The awesome part about it is you're able to connect with that person on a level that's, you know, much different than the average level, right? It's like a gift. It's a blessing from God. You're able to literally read another human being and feel their pain, and you're able to look at their eyes, and you can read them, and you can tell right there. Their eyes tell a story. It does. You look at a person's face, it's not their facial expressions or anything. You look at their eyes and you can see. If God has blessed you with that talent, you're able to look into someone else's eyes and you're able to tell how much hurt they've been through and everything. And you can tell exactly how real and open and honest they are. And you are able to tell if that human being is a good person or a bad soul. Right? There's a lot of bad souls out there. Oh yeah. I'm gonna start the coffee machine. 1 sec. We're gonna get into this. Oh yeah. Hang on. Yeah. Conversation's just getting started. I'm scratching the surface. Hang on. Alright. Now I made the cup of coffee. Another one. Coffee number 2. You know, caffeine is some kind of classified narcotic. I forget what class. Excuse me. And I've basically substituted one addiction for another. Right? I always drank coffee all my life too. Driving truck, I needed it. It kept me awake. Alright? Caffeine was like, yeah. I was always on caffeine. Oh, hell yeah. Like, I was bad. I'll never touch an energy drink ever again. It's been 3 years now, but I'm telling you guys something. Like, I used to have an energy drink on a daily basis. McDonald's. Listen, you guys want to know what my fuel used to be? Alright? For, like, what? At least a good 15, 18 years of my life driving truck. Nothing but literally fast food. Okay? I'm not making this up. I'm giving you guys the details. Like, the 411 is right here. Okay? I'm gonna give you the business. Here it is. Alright? I lived on drinking an 8-pack after work, at least. Okay? And good food, mind you, right? Well, like, I would make a good dinner and whatnot. I'd barbecue or whatever. Right? And especially on weekends, I do the bacon and eggs thing. But mostly my fuel was, I'd wake up 4 o'clock in the morning, start getting ready for work, and leave by 5, be at the yard by 5:30, be in the truck, and be out and gone. I'd be on the road for anywhere between 10 or 14 hours, depends, sometimes longer. Get back to the yard, then I have to go from the yard to the house, and then on my way home, I'm tired, I'm pissed off, I'm irritated from the entire fucking day and putting up with everybody's bullshit and having to deal with the stupidity of fucking idiots, right? And the decay of Western society in front of my fucking face as I drive all day long trying to do my deliveries in a timely manner that's safe and professional for everybody around me, while the idiots of the fucking world turn around and text on their fucking phones and try to do their makeup while they're driving down the fucking highway. Yeah. Oh, I've seen it all, man. Literally. I've seen things that would make your nightmares seem like a fucking happy place. Okay? Yeah. I've seen devastating things happen on the highway. I've seen people's lives lost. I don't even want to scratch surface on that one. But I've literally watched people die right in front of my face. It's not cool. Like, it's so heartbreaking, and it's just, it'll change you. It changes you. Like, you can't unsee stuff like that. You can't erase it, because I've tried. I've tried erasing stuff like that. I've seen some devastating stuff on the highway that I was just so traumatized from, and I was like, I need something to fucking drink. I can't believe I just seen that many people lost in front of my face. Like, when death happens in front of your face and you can't do anything about it to save someone's life, and it's completely out of your control. Wow. That's it. That's what explains that one, is just wow. You look at it. You'll look at your situation and you end up devastated from it. You don't even know how to you don't even know how to function through that situation. Right? And then I've been in situations where I've been stuck on the side of the highway, on a mountain highway, for hours upon hours with a bunch of other folks, right? And all my supplies out of the truck have been emptied, right, in my bunk for me to have food for the next week until I get to the next town and go grocery shopping again, which is not a big deal. I like that's it was kind of a habit when you're driving through the mountains of BC, and you know, as a truck driver, you can't help but go around and you see families and you see parents, you see other families, and you know their kids are hungry, and you see that they have kids and there's no store in sight, right? And you know everybody's supplies are dwindling, and everybody's on bare bones, right? Nobody was really prepared for a rock slide to happen today, right? And be stuck on the side of the highway, right? On the mountain roads. No, nobody is. Nobody's prepared for that shit. The longest I was stuck on the side of the fucking mountain, 18 and a half hours. Ridiculous. Almost a day. Yeah. I got to know a lot of great people, right? And I fed a bunch of people, right? We all stayed fed. That was the awesome part, right? I was kind of I'm a little bit of a genius, right? I had a rice cooker in the truck. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, but a little bit of a genius. I don't eat that 5-minute boxed rice shit. No, can't do that one. And well, I like my corn chips too. Right, I always had corn chips on me. Right, my go-to Doritos. Right, the barbecue hoops. Right, those. Oh man, I'm weak when it comes to that. If I see barbecue hoops, oh, I'm done. Done. That bag is done. Oh yeah, I'm keeping that bag to myself. Not sharing that. No, hell no, absolutely not. But it was like when I was driving truck, it was, guys, it was bad. I lived on the fast food diet for a long time. It was horrible. Like you shouldn't do that. It's only been since 2020 that I stopped doing that. I'm used to my body, and I feel the effects now. I feel a lot better. That's the thing. Before it was literally kicking my ass. Like it was doing a lot of damage to me. Right? I was at McDonald's every single day. Like that was a habit. That was routine. Because it was on my way to work. It's like I don't have to. Oh fuck! I don't have time to make breakfast today. Okay, I'm just gonna stop at McDonald's on the way to the yard, and I'll just get my morning coffee and everything else. And it got to the point where I knew the people at McDonald's, and the people at McDonald's would see me at the drive-thru and be like, "Do you want the regular?" And I'm like, "Yep." Yeah, give me what I usually get, please. Right? They didn't have to ask, what do I want today? They knew what the fuck I wanted. That's how routine I was. Like I kept getting the same stuff all the time, day after day after day. And it wasn't just the morning time. God, no. Okay? On my way home from work, fuck, I really don't. Oh, I'm not in the mood to cook tonight. I am not in the mood. I'm fucking stopping at McDonald's. Right? And it's so convenient too because it was right near work. Literally. It was like 3 blocks away from work. So I come out of the yard, I fucking drive the truck back, go and get my pickup truck, and think to myself, oh fuck, I'm so fucking tired. I don't want to, like, I'm pissed off now that I gotta drive home. Right? I've already driven. Here, this is, you think the life of a truck driver, you think we like driving? No. I absolutely hate driving. I can't stand having to drive. If you ask me to drive, it's a fucking chore to me now. There's no enjoyment for me to drive. Okay? Absolutely not. If you ask any veteran elite truck driver, okay, who's in my class, we don't like being on wheels anymore. Well, We like our feet planted on the fucking ground. Yeah. We don't like to go anywhere anymore. We're homebodies now. Yep. Serious. We've seen and done things that you guys can only dream of. Right? Like we've driven the truck, we've driven the roads and the highways. On night times, on all different kinds of time difference, like, you don't even know. Different times that the average person would be sleeping. We've been on the road, right? Or we're jammed up on the road because there's a major accident because of some dumbass, right? It's a scary world being on the road. Having a career like that, like it's something else. There was one asshole. We're out there adjusting the brakes. We're at a brake check. We're going through BC there. And this guy, we see this truck. Okay. I caught it, and so did my co-driver I was driving with. I was like, I thought the same truck that blew through the first brake checkpoint that we were at. He's like, yeah, and he was at truck stop too. I'm like, he just sailed through this fucking brake checkpoint. He's like, no shit. Right? We got to get on the radio and tell somebody, right? So we did. We get on the CB radio, and I get on the emergency channel, and I try to tell him, right? Because he's traveling down a graded highway that he's about to go down an 8-degree grade, and he's not going to be able to stop his truck. His brakes are so far out of alignment that when he goes to apply his brakes, it's going to be catastrophic, right? And sure shit enough, fucking that asshole. There was construction outside of Hope, BC, out of the interchange for the exit ramp to go into Hope off the highway, and everything was all jammed up down to one lane. And that guy that blew through the checkpoint, that blew through the brake checkpoint, fell asleep, woke up, and panicked because a bunch of vehicles in front of him were at a complete stop. And he was at the top of a fucking hill. And as he went down the hill, guess what he did? He turned around and he put his feet on the brakes, on the air brakes, and rode the air brakes all the way down. What happens? What happens when you're going downhill, right? And he's carrying a bunch of weight on the trailer. He's fully loaded. He's heading towards Vancouver, right? So all the weight going downhill, and it's added to his brakes, to the brake pressure. So his brakes are burning now 3 times faster. His brakes end up lighting on fire, and he wipes out 36 cars before coming to a stop. 36 cars. Can you imagine? Hey? That's a semi-truck. If that doesn't scare the shit out of you guys, this is this thing right here. Here, let me show you guys. Right here in my bunker. This is this thing right here.
Hey.
This thing right here, the trailer and truck, together, have a shit ton of weight. You understand? That's not your average car. That's not your average pickup truck. Okay? No. That's a bunch of fucking steel. Alright? That's all pure weight. Nothing but weight. Alright? And the more you load on that trailer, the more weight you start distributing, and you have to manage while you're driving down the highway. And any one of you truck drivers would know what I'm talking about. You guys know what it's like to be loaded. Yep. It's scary. Yeah. It's it can be very interesting. It's very stressful. Sometimes when you're very loaded, when you're heavy, and you know it, it's different. You have to
Get some crazy ricochets in here.
you have to drive differently on the road than everybody else. It's a different whole different mindset, right? And then driving empty is a whole different mindset. You know, one of the scariest moments of my life, actually, was driving here on the highways in Alberta. Yeah. I've never experienced crosswinds anywhere else in the country, or in here, are so violent. The crosswinds that happen when you're on the open highways here in Alberta, that can happen when Mother Nature decides to shit on Alberta. Oh man, it's intense. Oh, it's very intense. You see other truck and trailers, you see their trailers lifting off the ground, lifting off the highway, and it's almost lifting their tractor right off the highway with them to take them into the ditch. You can't make this shit up. And you're on the highway watching this shit happen, and you're trying to keep your fucking tractor and trailer on the road. Yeah. You gear down and you try to embrace the winds and shit like that, and you watch other tractor trailers right in front of your face, in front of the highway. They're swinging back and forth on the highway. Ask any Albertan, when you're driving between Calgary and Alberta and Mother Nature decides to open up her winds and decides to shit on Alberta, and the crosswinds that happen on that stretch of highway, you are fucked. You're done. It's white knuckle. It's white knuckle driving until you reach a city limit because of the crosswinds, because of it's so open, and you literally watch other vehicles like it. I've watched the winds take fucking cars straight off the fucking road, man. The winds are so powerful here in Alberta, I'm not even kidding you. You know, like, they'll take your car and they'll take you right off the fucking road, man. You're gonna be in the fucking ditch. You drive some kind of light fucking K-car piece of shit, lunchbox fucking vehicle on the open highways of fucking Alberta, bye-bye, you're gone. The crosswinds happen and Mother Nature decides to have a shit storm that day, you're fucked, you're done. You know, you're gonna collect air miles, reward miles for free. Yeah. Listen, if us truck drivers in Alberta, if we get blown around the fucking highway in crosswinds and we're fucking heavy as hell, alright, you best believe, okay, the crosswinds in your vehicle, when you're driving in a regular vehicle, they're gonna send your ass right straight off the highway. You don't stand a chance. That's why when certain weather events happen, when things like we get severe weather, people stop driving on our highways. We know to stop driving on our roads. Why? I'll tell you why. Because it's life-threatening here. Right? Very life-threatening. Here it's a very scary place. Okay? It's not for the weak. No, Alberta's not for the weak people at all. No. Alberta has the most strongest human beings on the planet. Okay? The most strong-willed. Okay? The most determined and the most helpful. I have never ever seen human beings come together so fast, so quickly than Albertans. Us Albertans, man, we fight through anything. Like we're the definition of fucking strength. We are the poster children of strength, right? if you want to take lead the rest of the world, and they do, then you look up to Alberta, because Alberta sets the tone. Us Albertans, we have literally set the tone worldwide. We have. We did the Freedom Convoy. We turned around and exposed the Trudeau government for all their lies and corruption and bullshit. We are the ones that stood up to their federal ideology bullshit and said no. We also turned around and said, if you want our guns, come and take them. Come and try. You want to try, Justin Trudeau? No, not a chance. Because he's not even welcome back here in Alberta. Right? Because if Justin Trudeau sets foot back in Alberta, he's going to jail. Yeah, he's already been warned. The Alberta sheriffs will lock his ass up next time he comes back. So, I hope and pray he's stupid enough to come to the gay pride parades again next month. Yeah. If he's stupid enough to come back here in Alberta, then he's going to land his ass in bracelets. And he ain't getting out of Alberta. No. There's different laws here. We don't give a shit who you are. You break the laws in Alberta, alright? We hold you responsible. Yeah. See, we got this policy in Alberta where if you break the law here, you're going to be held accountable. And we will hold you accountable to the full extent of the law if we have to. And we are the only province in all of Canada that if you break the law here, and if you think you're going to run away and get away with it, and run off to either the United States or another province in Canada, or maybe even another country in the world, as soon as you get pulled over for something stupid, or you have an interaction with law enforcement ever again in your life, it's going to be a permanent record on their systems, on the entire world system. It's going to say you're wanted by the Alberta sheriffs. There's an arrest and hold and detain for the Alberta sheriffs. Contact the Alberta sheriffs, and there'll be contact information and how to get in touch with us. And best believe, all law enforcement agencies across the entire world work with the Alberta sheriffs. I, unfortunately, because of my stupidity with whiskey, ended up having to sit in remand for about 4 months. Now, what was interesting about that, well, there was a lot of interesting things, but one of the interesting stories I could take from it, and how I can back this up, and my facts, and what I'm saying, I can say what I say because I met an individual in there that was extremely irritated and pissed off. And he was yelling and screaming and everything else, and kept mouthing off at the guards, and I'm like, dude, you know, like when he first got in jail, and he first got on the unit, I was like, I went over to him right away, and I was like, hey, shh, calm down, what's going on, man? Like, stop freaking out. If you keep freaking out on them, they're going to freak out on you, and trust me, it's not going to be good. Alright? They will beat the shit out of you. He's like, I was minding my own business. He's like, I got pulled over for speeding in Japan. He's like, I had no idea that I had an outstanding fucking fine here in Alberta. Right? He's like, I was visiting my wife's, or he was attending his own wedding. This is why he was pissed off. His wedding was happening in Japan. He's Canadian. Okay? He didn't know that he had an outstanding speeding ticket, right? And it had accumulated, right, over just the course of the year, because when you go to renew your insurance, right, you have to pay tickets or else they won't give you insurance, okay? But it had drastically accumulated within this 1 year term, right? Because he was explaining his story to me, and he's like, I was just driving down the highway in Japan with my wife's family members and everything, And I was pulled over. And it was for speeding, and they went to give me the ticket, and then they asked me to get out of the vehicle. And I said, why? And they said, there's an arrest warrant for you in Canada. He's like, you gotta be kidding me right now. How can you do this to me? And he's like, I'll deal with it when I get home. They're like, no, we have to take you into custody right now. And I shit you not, that's how it is. That's how it works. When the Alberta sheriffs want you, man, you break the law here in Alberta, when they run your name in the system, and your identification comes up, and your name and everything else, right underneath your name there'll be a special instructions, notes, for any of the officers that have turned around and punched your information up into the system. There'll be notes right there saying arrest and detain. Hold for the Alberta sheriffs. Our Alberta sheriffs will come and get you. We will come and get you from anywhere on the planet and bring you back here to Alberta and process you and hold you accountable, and your ass will come to jail here. We're the Texas of Canada. Alright? You don't break the law here. We make you accountable. Right? That's why liberals don't survive very long here. The other thing is, we believe in freedom. We believe in civil rights. And we love our beef. We love our hockey. We love our people. We love Alberta. Now, like I said, we are, I don't know any other, well, actually, no, correction. There are some other strong human beings out there, but I'd say we are in the elite class of human beings on the face of the planet. Albertans, yes. Albertans together, we are something else. If you don't know what Alberta is, or what kind of elements that we face, I highly encourage you this Sunday to look it up. I gotta go to church. I'm late as it is, but in trying to wrap this up quick, we're different. We're special. And I don't say that to, you know, try to put us up there on a pedestal saying that we're better than the rest of the world, because we're not. We're on the same level as everybody else, but I'm just saying, like, there's certain times where we are different, though. We are different. It's one thing to come out here and see the mountains and come out here for a vacation and go, oh, this place is beautiful and I love this place, you know, it's amazing. To living here for a year at least and experiencing what happens within that year, right? You gotta understand. See, we go through hell and back. Like, it's survival of the fittest out here. Okay? We get hail tries to kill us in the spring and summer and the fall, and tornadoes. Okay? Like damaging winds. And when I say hail, I'm not talking about like some little dinky-sized, pea-sized hail, right? Some little coin-sized hail or anything like that. No. Now we're talking golf ball size to baseball sized hail. Okay? You can't make that up. Alright? June 13th, hailstorm 2020, Calgary. Look it up. Google it. YouTube it. It's all over the fucking... It's all over it. I was outside in that whole entire storm trying to keep my fucking house from flooding. So I could keep my ex and my child at the time safe so that they didn't get flooded out and die. Yeah. So, if the elements don't scare the shit out of you as an Albertan, right? If that doesn't freak you out when you do move here and you realize that, hey, this is a pretty rough and tough environment, right? If the elements don't scare the shit out of you, the four-legged animals in your backyard will, alright? Because, well, we have these things called lynx, mountain lions, cougars, bison, all kinds of, like, I could continue to go down the list of the selection of animals out there, and even moose, that would look at you as the predator and would eat you alive on the spot. Yeah. And bears. Oh, fuck. Bears, too. Yeah. People get mauled by bears here. Oh, yeah. Rarely does it get put in the news because it scares the shit out of people. But fucking tourists get mauled by bears here all the time. Because they're stupid as fuck, man. They'll try to go up to the bear and pet the fucking bear, and they're an idiot. Right? They'll try and go up and pet a fucking cub bear, and then they'll realize that there's a fucking mama bear right there. Right around the corner. Gonna fucking turn around, claw you, and fucking... and turn you into shreds. Right? And shred your body. Oh, yeah, man. Like... Dude, just recently, there was one guy that turned around and lost his life partner. Their entire life. And one of their missions was going around all the places around the world. Okay? And her stupid ass went ahead and tried to pet the bear. Tried to pet a cub bear. Don't ever do that. Where there's a cub, mama bear is close nearby. Just because you can't see mama bear doesn't mean that mama bear is not around. And listen, mama bear, if you come near the cub, I'm gonna let you guys know, okay? Because a lot of you guys aren't educated, but now you can be educated. If you go anywhere near the cub, mama bear is gonna freak out on you. If you're near her cub, she's gonna lose it on you. She's gonna kill you. Okay, you are a threat to her. You understand? She will be the most violent and aggressive thing you have ever seen in your life. Like, you will have to fight for your life. You'll have to run because you won't be able to fight that one. There's no fucking way. We have, you know what? When we're hiking, there's warnings for us when we go hiking. Right? We have to carry bear spray for a reason. There's... Why do you think bear spray here is so popular? Huh? It's kind of like a first aid kit. You don't leave home without it. Right? Why? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because bears overpopulate the people here. Oh, yeah. There is that. Or maybe it's the mountain lions and the lynx and the cougars that'll kill you. Right? Yeah. You better watch out for that one. Oh, and then, hang on. So, we covered the elements, right? And then the four-legged animals and creatures that lurk and roam around here. Now, interesting enough, do your research about Alberta, and this place was a hot spot for dinosaurs. We're talking the T-Rex, everybody. The raptor, velociraptors, you name it. They were all here. All of them. It's wicked. All their fossils are all over the place here. Yeah, we keep digging them up everywhere. Yeah. The place at Drumheller, right outside Drumheller. Oh man, there's dinosaur museum and stuff like that. I haven't been yet. I'm dying to go. It's I have things to do on my list, believe me. Right? But that was another thing that really made me feel where I belong. Because you see, in 2014, my whole life, I never felt like I had fit in anywhere or really belonged. Like, yeah, I was born and raised in Toronto, and you know, Toronto's home. And it still feels like home. It's just actually, like, no, it's just birthplace of home. I never really fit in and blended in with the people there or the policies or anything. I always clashed with everybody. And I was always really struggling to fit in. And I wasn't like anybody else. That's the thing. And I kept clashing with everybody because everybody wanted me to keep being like them. And they kept trying to change me and stuff. And I got away from all that bullshit once my grandfather passed away. When my grandfather passed away, that was it. I was done. I'm leaving. Yeah. I don't want to talk to anybody else. It's no more fucking... And there's no one left on the planet with common sense anymore in my eyes, right? After he passed away, I kind of shut down about everything. And I was like, you know what? Fuck this place. Right? Everywhere I went reminded me of him. If I drove anywhere in Toronto, if I was on the 401, if I was on the Gardner Expressway, the QEW, if I was down in Niagara, anywhere, I'd look at those buildings and I'd be like, yeah, my grandfather fought fires in those buildings, saved people in those buildings, was there in those buildings, I've moved people out of those buildings, I've been there. It's just too much. Like, way too much. Like, all the emotions, everything comes at you as soon as you start driving and you see the CN Tower in your sights. And you can see it in the skyline. And you see the city of Toronto coming at you. And you're roaming through the concrete jungle on the 401. I had it. I want no part of it. I finally went into work one day and said I want to transfer. I want to be transferred out west. I want to transfer to Calgary right now. Like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, yep. You can't. What do you mean what do you mean I can't leave? You need me? Is that what you're about to say? I was like, because my salary is about to get doubled if I go out west. And you want to sit here and keep paying me the same salary right now and expect the same expectations out of me. I don't fucking think so. I'm sick of this shit. I'm out of here. I'm leaving. You got 3 weeks notice, right? I didn't even give them 2 weeks. I gave them 3 weeks. Right? Basically, it's a fuck you. They barely let me drive for those 3 weeks. They barely gave me anything to do at work. Because as basically as a fuck you for leaving the East Coast, and I'm going out west. I'm going to a different office and I'm transferring, and they're pissed off. And it's like, well, fuck. Like, they're gonna pay double my fucking salary. Like, what do you expect? Huh? Hey, you think I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna, you know, work for peanuts? You know, as an exceptional employee? No. Like, absolutely not. See you later. And I went out west. When I came out here, I'm gonna tell you something. It It was the most intense feeling ever. Oh, I'm glad I get to share this with all of you. Because this is incredible. I remember it like it was yesterday, and I've been waiting to share this with everybody ever since that day, because nobody will understand what it feels like unless you show up somewhere where you feel like you belong for the first time in your entire life. And it just feels like the most incredible place on the planet. Everything feels brand new. Everything is incredible and amazing. And it's like tingling feeling through your whole body. It's just electric. It's so exciting. It's like you were trapped somewhere and oppressed and held back from opportunities and your potentials. Large. Because when I came out west and I seen everything, what it was like out here, I was like, wow. I'm like, these folks believe everything I believe in. These are my people. I mean, I've been around all the wrong people my whole life. I look around, I start realizing, I start putting two and two together. Yep. When I start putting two and two together, I'm gonna walk around the bunker for a little bit. I know, I'm on a little bit of a rant here, but I'm gonna sell this in a second. I gotta start the coffee machine. Once I fix the next coffee, we're gonna be selling this bunker sale. Hang on. The thing is when I came to Alberta, it was like stepping into a whole new world, you know? And literally, I never felt so welcomed and embraced and at home in my entire life. It felt like this is where I was supposed to be from the beginning, you know? It's like somehow a calling, right? It's like your soul feels that its calling has landed at home and is on home turf and is on stomping grounds. You know, it's almost like, yeah, I was born in Toronto, but somehow I have roots in Alberta. Somewhere in my soul, something, right? Somewhere, some part of me, this place feels like home. And when it felt like home, it felt like home. Now, it was scary at first, because it was terrifying. I didn't know where anything was, right? I had to GPS everything, right? It was very exciting, because the people I was meeting and engaging with felt the exact same way, right? And had the same morals and values, and it was just, it was like, well, it's like being in heaven here. It is. It's one of the most friendliest environments on the planet. Albertans, we're Alberta strong. We don't take that lightly. That saying, we endorsed that. Okay? Hold the line belongs to us. It's now used across the entire world. Alright? Hold the line came from an Albertan who said, hold the line against the police officers when we stood up for our freedom convoy and we stood up for our rights and freedoms. Us Albertans started that. We started the freedom convoy. You're welcome. Alright? We're the ones we're the reason why our rights and freedoms are being completely obliterated right now across the entire globe. We started a world movement when we did that. Yeah, so when we started the Freedom Convoy and we said hold the line, yeah, we started a whole world movement. Look at it. Look what happened, right? So that gives you like a little glimpse, somewhat, of just how strong an Albertan is. And ever since 2014, like, this place feels like home. I went back home. I call this place home, but I went back to my birthplace. I went back to Toronto to visit. I've been back twice, and each time it's very emotional. Every time I'm flying into Toronto and I see the CN Tower and we're coming into land of Pearson, and I see the highways, I see everything from the plane, right? I don't like it. I get excited to go a little bit, but then as soon as I'm there, I'm pissed off. I'm like, oh, fuck this place. I don't want to be here. No. I came out of Pearson Airport last time. Like that place, like, no. It smells. It's, oh, you can just feel the toxic grime and industrial sludge and bullshit and chemicals that are in the air, and it just attaches to your skin. You're like, no, I don't feel. Oh, it's gross. It's sickening. I can't breathe there. Right? My friends were all welcoming and everything last time I went back home, and they were excited to see me. And I'm like, I looked at them with a miserable look on my face, and I'm like, I'm booking my flight right back to Alberta right quick. They're like, welcome home. I'm like, no, this isn't home. This isn't home anymore. This is gross. This is, how do you even function in this environment? I'm like, because in my environment, right, in Alberta, like, we breathe fresh air constantly, non-stop, right? We don't have polluted air at all, period, none, zero. Like, we're constantly breathing fresh air. But yet we're constantly getting bombarded by Mother Nature. Keep that in mind, all right? You can't, you think having a slice of paradise and being able to live in paradise doesn't come with some consequences or some attachments? Huh? You know, like, you think that everything in life is for free? No. God, no. Hell no. That's like, oh yeah, we live in the beautiful, great Rocky Mountains, right? We got crystal clear glacier Rocky Mountain water that you can see right to the bottom of the lake, and you can watch the fish literally swimming around in the lake, and you can look at all the lake environment that's going on. Like, that's the cleanest water on earth, the clearest water on earth, right? But there's consequences for that. We have the harshest winters, and we have things in the woods that'll make you disappear. Okay. You know, before I fix my next coffee here, quick, and drain the snake, because it's about that time. I've put down 2 coffees now. I had to move a fan. I'm not trying to laugh about this, but I mean, this is how serious Alberta is. All right. There was a rich family who lived just on the outskirts of Banff. All right. Now, Banff National Park and everything, as people know, Banff is a very famous place in Alberta, right? The mountains are there. You know, the town of Banff. Everybody loves Banff, Alberta, right? Now, this family, the kid let their poodle out into the backyard, let the dog out for a leak, you know, and you know, the kid closed the door and stuff, right, and is watching the dog and is waiting for the dog. Well, unfortunately for the dog, there was a cougar, yeah, in the backyard, and the cougar mauled the dog right in front of the little boy's face, and like brutally murdered the dog, the family dog, yeah, and ate the dog too, right in front of their face. Like, everything happened. When we showed up to move the family off the property, the blood was still on everything. Like, there was still blood scattered all over the fucking windows of the backyard. Like, right there where the back doors were, right at the windows there was still blood from the family dog from what the, yeah. Like, it was nasty. Like, it had just recently happened, and they wanted to move far fuck away as possible. They moved to the island. They moved to Vancouver Island. We moved them all the way to fucking, I can't tell you where, but we moved them all the way to the far fucking west side of the island, of Vancouver Island, right? They got so fucking far away from fucking anything that could kill them in Alberta, or any kind of harsh environment of Alberta. They wanted nothing to do with that shit, right? They did not, they literally, we put them on the west coast. You can't get any more west coast than that. Their house is literally not even 150 to 200 meters away from the ocean, right? Like, their property, like, they walk down several stairs and stuff, right? And then the ocean's right there, right? That's how far away they wanted after that incident. I don't blame them, right? Because that's facts. And some of you tourists don't even, you guys don't realize that when you come here and you vacation here in Alberta, right? I encourage any one of you that if you decide to come to Alberta for enjoyment and leisure and pleasure, please look up the kind of environment that we live in and the hazards that we live with on a daily basis, and just make yourself aware of that kind of stuff, because when you come here, everything's going to seem exciting and fresh and new, and you want to see everything, and then you watch somebody get mauled to death by a fucking bear, and it'll be life-changing for you. It will. And you'll be like, holy shit, this place is serious. Yeah. Or you decide, oh, I'm going to be a mountaineer today, right? And you decide to come all the way to Alberta, and you're like, oh, I'm going to climb a mountain for the first time, and, well, it doesn't go out too well for you, because you end up falling down the mountain, and you end up realizing that once you start falling, it's a tumble effect, and you got a long way to go. And you're going to die before you get to the bottom of the hill. Yeah. The rocks will break your bones within, like, your first 200 feet of flight. Yeah. Doesn't matter if you're wearing helmet or gear or whatever fuck it is. Nothing. Once you start falling down the side of a mountain, you're fucked. You're done. Nothing will stop you. Nothing. God and a miracle, maybe. But once you start tumbling down the side of a mountain, no, you're fucked. You're done. I'll be right back. I gotta make coffee. Alright, Bam Bam has a new coffee. So, I'm gonna share a secret with you guys. I didn't know what the most beautiful place was on Earth that I had ever seen before in my life until I went to Lake Louise, Alberta. Yeah. And that picture in the background, the mountain and the, you know, the water there in the lake, you always see in the background of my live streams there, that's Lake Louise. Yeah. It's one of the most beautiful spots on the planet. It's incredible there. Now, why I want to, because it came to my mind, and while it's still fresh on my mind, I want to share it with you guys before it disappears, and it might never come back again. One of the most coolest experiences that I ever had in my life was going to Lake Louise when it first froze. Like, the first freeze of the year, when it freezes over for the first time before winter fully hits. You know what happens there? That whole place, you can hear a pin drop. I'm not even kidding you. The mountains that surround that lake, one of the coolest things happened. There was a person there who said to all of us who happened to be in attendance at the time, said, "Do you want to see the coolest thing on planet Earth?" And we're like, "Yes." We had no idea what was about to happen. And he fired the puck up in the air, and it landed on the ice. And the sound it made, the ripple effect, you could hear all over the place. It was so cool. The echo that went all around the mountains. It was the most explosive, coolest sound ever. It was like, dong, 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 dong. Like, it echoed everywhere. It was like, what the hell? It was like the sound had its own, like, the sound was doing its own thing. It was, I'd never seen something like that in my whole entire life. Like, it was awesome. It was so incredible. Like, you could hear it, and it echoed all over your, the sound surrounded you. It was like you were in a home theater system. It was like you had a set of headphones on and you were listening to all the little like the sound that went all around the mountain. Oh wow. Like, you had to be there to experience. Or maybe if you YouTube it, then maybe that sound, the echo sound of Lake Louise. And if you guys look that up, that will you'll understand. It's you got to see it firsthand and to live that experience is just so cool. It brings a smile back to my face because, and just thinking about it, I can go back to it, and I can even smell the air, and I can go back to the day. Okay. Yeah, that's nice. I'll go back to that entire day. But yet, excuse me, I can't seem to remember the simplest of things sometimes. But yet I can have flashbacks and nice memories and things like that, and then I can go back to it like I was there all over again. Like it was like I'm living the experience. You know? I'm just getting old. Yeah. That's what it is. That's called reliving through memories and...
Here Merryweather goes again, pissing in our soup. Get the weapons to the buyers and look out for those private security goons. Maybe good to have someone manning the gun on the insurgent, too.
Wanna know why? Yeah, let me tell you why. Because we get to blow some shit up. I get to use the tank. Yeah. Some of you have wondered what is.
What you need, boss? Some wheels? I
Is
can
the
bring them
Jolly
around.
tank really worth it? Yeah.
It's coming at you.
I know. Some of you are wondering, why the hell are you calling it in now? We don't need it. Because. Return personal vehicle to storage. Done. Now, when it comes to requesting the personal vehicle, I don't have to call the mechanic now. Because when I ask to request the personal vehicle, when I get to destination, it's going to bring the tank. It's not going to bring my last vehicle before that anymore. No. It'll bring the vehicle that you return back to personal storage. So when you call that vehicle out with the mechanic, as I just did, the mechanic brought it. Now, I put it back. I can bring it back out again in about a minute and 5 seconds. By then, I should be at my first drop. Or probably approaching. Now, once I get there, I'm going to request my personal vehicle, right? And get into my tank and handle business. The tank pays for itself. Over time, I've done these sales. Well, I've done over 1,000 sales. Right? Shows in the bunker. Now, the bunker has more than enough paid for all the investments that I put into it. Right? I've done all my hardware upgrading, all the unlocks that you could do. Right? The research and development has been done. The research and development was 50 times 250,000. That's a lot of fucking money. Right? Sorry, the F word. I know that. Trying to curb that. Paid for itself over and over and over again. The Conjolly tank paid for itself within less than a month. Yeah. It's so handy for when you're doing sale missions or anything that you think would be complicated, including some of your agency missions where you go into those you go and do a raid, right? Or you go and do a rescue mission, right? Or you're going to gang termination, stuff like that. Like, just watch. This thing is a beast. Okay, see? We're gonna request personal vehicle. Watch this happen. Get out of the way. No. Normally, you should bring the tank towards you. I'm experienced with this shit, so I'm gonna drive towards the tank, okay? And then I'm gonna get out of this vehicle, and I'm gonna jump into the tank and deal with Merryweather. Now, watch carefully, because do not ever, if you're doing this mission, you're doing the sale mission in the bunker, okay? And you're using the tank like I am. Do not engage with Merryweather on foot. Period. Don't touch them. Don't worry about them. Watch. Let me show you. Don't worry about them shooting at you or anything. Just get your ass in the tank. Yeah. The last thing you want to do is start blowing up things right around your delivery vehicle, so drive away. Okay? Go down the street a little bit. Make them come to you. That's what you call a 2-for-1 special. Oh, look at that. There's a survivor. Not long. Alright, just hang out here. Look at that guy. That guy's lost. Alright, we helped him out. not engage with anybody around your delivery vehicle. Absolutely not. If you do that, you know what's going to end up happening? You'll blow it up. And then you'll lose your money, and then you're going to be pissed off. You're going to be like, no, why? Well, be careful. Always be careful. Learn from Bam. Bam will teach you. Right? Soon I'm gonna call myself a professor of GTA. Yeah, you know? I think I've pretty much earned that title by now. Almost. Yeah, I don't know though. That's kind of giving myself a little bit too much credit. I mean, I know a whole heck of a lot of stuff in GTA. I don't know if I want to call myself a professor yet. Soon. Because, I don't know, the word professor is kind of really owning the old head. And yeah, I know, eventually I gotta accept the fact that, I am old. I'm getting old. I'm still young at heart. Right? Some would say I'm still young, and I would tend to agree. But then there's a lot of people that sit there and be like, man, you're old. You're old as dirt. And like, I know. Because some of my old school ways shows up, and some of you are like, what the hell? I remember, excuse me, growing up and being younger. I think in my, somewhere in my mid-20s or some shit. Some of my friends, when they came over, would always say, this is always like coming back into the 80s, 90s, right? When they came over my house. It was like, in the garage, right? It looked like you were walking back in the 70s and stuff like that. You know? I had old school everything. Pretty much. I grew up in the older days. I don't give a shit about the newest cell phone, computer, none of that bull. No. I wasn't one of those people. I was able to be old school and be creative and do things, and I was left outside, do things, and roam around, right? Drink from the garden hose, stay outside, eat dirt. Yeah, I know it sounds gross, but yeah, I did eat dirt. A long time ago, though. Not now. I wouldn't eat dirt now. Highly unrecommended now. Because God only knows it's in the soil. But no, on a more serious thing, like, my generation when we were growing up, like, we were built different from the rest of you. Yeah, we're strong. We're not weak. No. Anyone who is at least 37 years and older right now has a stronger chance of survival than any of you growing up right now. That's a fact. Wanna know why? Because your immune systems are weak. I'm not saying you are weak as people, as individuals. I'm just saying you don't have the same immune system as us. If you want to follow the science, okay, let's follow the science, right? Because remember how the liberals say, like, oh, we trust the science or trust the science? Okay, well then, here, let me give you guys the dirty facts. The vaccine's not going to save you. You're not going to be safe from anything. Nope. You know what a vaccine is? They're giving you the virus. They're giving you a small taste of the virus in order to see how, so that your body will build up some kind of immunity to it, so it can fight it off in the future. That's what a vaccine is. Did that get properly explained to everybody? Absolutely not. Alright? It did not. Now, fun facts. Most of my generation looked at that and went, yeah, I'm not believing that. That's bullshit. Okay? I didn't get vaccinated, never have, never will. Alright? I'll tell you something else. Okay? When we were growing up, in my generation, we shared everything. We shared food. We shared everything. Literally. If we were eating something and we were halfway through eating it, we would share it with our friends sitting right beside us, and they would eat from the same fork and knife as us. No joke. If we were eating ice cream, we would share ice cream. We had, as growing up as kids, we literally drank from the garden hose outside to avoid going back inside the house and getting put to work on chores instead of being able to play outside with our friends. Now, fast forward to now, okay? Our generation doesn't get sick often, if at all, okay? Ever wonder why we don't get the flu? Why we don't... There's a shitload of everything that we don't get. We don't even get the common cold. And you wonder why. You're like, how is it? Well, it's because we were exposed to all these germs and diseases in such young ages. Okay. It was all around us. At all times. We built up our immune system. Naturally. We have natural immunity. Unlike most, you won't ever have the immunity that we have, ever. Gen Z, listen up and listen good. You will never have the immunity and strength of a Gen X. You won't. Ever. Guess what? You're gonna have to live with that. That's reality. Okay? Your immune system's not built like ours. Your immune systems were built to be weak. They were built to be reliant on the government. They were built to be reliant on a system full of medication and prescriptions and treatments like that. Okay? My generation, they didn't prescribe shit to you. Okay? We went through pain and suffering, literally. We weren't babied. That's the thing. That's the difference between my generation and the current generation that's growing up now. We weren't babied on anything. No. Like, if your feelings got hurt, so be it. Yeah? I don't give a rat's ass. Seriously. Nowadays, you go tell a teacher that you're in school and your feelings are now all of a sudden hurt, and something gets done about it at school, and they make it a huge big deal. Listen, when I went to school, nobody went and tattletaled and said my feelings are hurt to the fucking teacher. Because if you ever did something like that, you wouldn't be able to live anymore. They would make fun of you for the rest of your life. Are you kidding me? Like, none of us would do, not even dare do something like that. We knew the consequences. Like, we're different. We were different people. Now society is so that everything is offensive, that the weak are now offended by everything. And they're trying to change laws about everything. I'm sick and tired of this fucking bullshit. Of the pronouns. I gotta tiptoe around people's feelings. I ain't tiptoeing around nobody's feelings. I don't give a fuck. Alright? Fuck your feelings. Fuck your stupid little gay ideology and that shit. Okay? It's the Lord's Day. It's Sunday. Okay? I believe in God. I'm gonna wear my rosary for the rest of my damn life. Until God takes me home. Right? Until the Lord Jesus comes and takes me home. Right? Then I'm gonna be wearing that one. Alright? And I'm gonna stand behind my religion and my faith. I am not going to get on the side of the dangerous ideology that Satan has brought onto this earth. The Bible warned us all. And listen, I'm not trying to be a church nut or anything here. Don't think that, okay? And I'm not saying people who go to church are nuts either, okay? Because I go to church. Maybe I'm nuts.
Look at that.
Who knows?
All deliveries received. Now let's just hope they know how to use them, right?
I'm not really nuts. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. That's for the experts to decide, but what we do know, for sure, is that the Bible warned us of all this stuff happening. Literally, there's warnings in the Bible of it all happening. It doesn't... And some of you are wondering, well...
There's the boss.
What, is it specifically stating...
Hello.
That it's
What
wrong
can I do
to
for
do
you?
this and it's wrong to do that?
Just let me know what you need.
Yeah, it is.
Have a good day.
It clearly states it black on white. It just is not stating the current events that are happening at this present moment. It doesn't.
Oh, hi.
It doesn't predict.
How can I help you?
It doesn't say like, oh, you're not going to see somewhere in the Bible that, oh, there's going to be Palestinian protests all across the United States and Canada at university campuses. No, that shit's not in the Bible, okay? It's not like that. But there are certain warnings in the Bible of false prophets, alright? Jesus warns us in multiple books and in multiple different verses, for instance, okay? And warns
Hi
us,
there. So long.
saying that do not bear false prophets. Okay? There will be false prophets, right? And they will try to convince us to be exactly like them and to go down their way and their path and completely take us away from what we've all known and basically, well, not basically, but what our values are. What our core values are. Right? Satan is on this planet. Okay? And Satan visits and walks this earth, and a lot of his demons are now here. And the Antichrist is Justin Trudeau. 100%. I had to assess that and analyze that for a little bit before I finally came to that conclusion, right? And that, hear me out for a second, okay, please, because
Just give me the word and
I
I'll
don't
make it
throw
happen.
that out very lightly on
Hello.
anybody.
What do you need?
Okay, I've never ever tossed that label on anybody, period, in my entire life. And
Bye.
yeah, see you later. I'm going for a walk, but I'll tell you something. The way I feel now in my heart, after analyzing Justin Trudeau over the last 8 years, the guy has never ever mentioned Jesus Christ ever. Never has acknowledged Jesus' death or resurrection. Okay? I've never ever seen him at the church. I've never ever seen him say, God bless Canada or Canadians. Ever. And I had to be very, very certain of my words before I started saying it on the mic here and expressing it to all of you, because it's the facts. Like, I wanted to be 100% sure that what was coming out of my mouth was facts about him, and that's the facts, right? I started worrying that he was the Antichrist when the things were happening at the Freedom Convoy, when he wouldn't even address us truck drivers at the Freedom Convoy. He wouldn't even talk to Canadians. He said he's Canadian, but he wouldn't even communicate with us. He wouldn't. No. We're not going to go into all the bad details of what Justin Trudeau did there, but what I can tell you is it's my determination that that man is officially the Antichrist. Okay? If we ask his ex-wife, she's now his ex-wife, or is going through the divorce anyways. If we ask Sophie, Sophie will also confirm that he's not a Christian person. He doesn't believe in God. He thinks he's God. Right? He doesn't believe in the Bible, and he goes against anybody in the Christianity faith, and he damns anybody that believes in God. Period. His words, not mine. And the guy praises the gay community. The Prime Minister's office, the PMO's office in Ottawa, that building, has always flown the Canadian flags. Always. Since we were Canada. The Antichrist, Justin Trudeau, decided 2 years ago that he was going to take down those Canadian flags and replace both those Canadian flags with a rainbow flag. That's not Canadian. This country was founded on the morals and values of God. God's rules. The Ten Commandments. Church. Faith. We're all raised on that. We're all taught that. What's being taught now? Justin Trudeau is trying to peddle sick pedophilia bullshit through the schools. Through our children's schools. Trying to indoctor gayness into the schools and say that it's okay to be like that, and it's not against the Bible at all. The Bible doesn't exist. God doesn't exist. That's all nonsense. He's the only man on the planet Earth that ever demanded that the police go and arrest a pastor from a church while the church is going on a Sunday. If that doesn't spell Antichrist to you, then you're dumb. Then you're stupid. And you can't fix stupid. Nope. Can't fucking fix stupid. Especially when it gets shown right in front of your face and it's loud and clear for you all to see. Okay? So if you ignore it, then that's on you. Okay? But God's watching you. God sees everything. God knows all your bad actions. Right? If you want to run with that sick ideology that the liberals and the Democrats are pushing, well, I got news for you. Okay? This just in. Breaking news. Okay? Yup. Oh. Okay. Yup. Yup. It is definitely confirmed right now. Yeah, this is just in. Jesus just informed us. Those of you who go against the Bible and you believe in that ideology, well, you're going to hell. This just in. Yeah. I'm just a messenger. Don't hate the messenger. Okay? Those of you who show hate towards Jesus and the Lord, oh man, you're going straight to hell. You got a chance to be saved. Look at the world around us. There's not much time left. The rapture is going to happen. It will happen. It's going to happen very soon. It's right around the corner. The whole world's at war. There's wars going on all over the place. The Bible warned us about that. Then the Bible said that the evil world will be walking the earth. Well, they're here. They're all over the place. Right? They're trying to install that ideology into our society and change our society. That should alarm any one of you altogether. Anybody who supports the gay community like that and thinks that we should be teaching our children, like I seen some stupid shit the other day that gay people want to call a baby bae because they don't want to misgender them, and they're gonna call them that until the baby figures out their gender. What parts does a baby have? That's a clear indication of the fucking gender right there. Okay? Stop with this mental fucking delusional bullshit of we're gonna indoctor this child right from birth into thinking that they're fucking gay or that they're gender confused. These people need to be locked the fuck up, man. These people are fucking mentally ill and they're sick in the head. They're fucking delusional. They're fucking mentally ill. Let's start a movement and let's start protests. Forget Palestine. Fuck protesting about Palestine. That bullshit is not in our backyard. It's not our problem. Quit with that bullshit. If you're supporting that shit, you're a fucking terrorist. You're supporting terrorism. And you don't belong in fucking Canada or the United States. You can pack your shit and get the fuck out of here. If you want to go and support Palestine and you want to chant free Palestine, okay, guess what? Newsflash. Congratulations. You just got yourself a free fucking plane ticket over to Palestine, okay? Bye-bye. Pack your shit. You're leaving. Okay? Go enjoy your protests over there. By the way, you got a one-way ticket there. You ain't coming home. Yep. Or do you want to enjoy your rights and freedoms here in the country that you're standing on the soil of? Right? Before you turn around and disrespect and piss and shit on the soldiers and the veterans who are already in the ground, who have fought for your rights and freedoms that you so much claim that you have in a country that you don't even belong in, that you have no citizenship in. But you want to claim that you have our civil rights here? No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. You need to be a citizen. A Canadian citizen or an American citizen to have the same rights as us. You need that citizenship status behind your fucking back in order to have anywhere close to the same rights as us. Now, you don't have the right to protest in our country about another country's war and expect us to do something about it. Fuck off. I have a solution to all this bullshit. And I encourage all politicians, and I'm going to make it very clear to everybody on YouTube. I'm going to make my voice very, very loud and clear, right across the board. Alright? I encourage all politicians to give those protesters two options. Okay? Leave peacefully and go home. Right? And stop protesting about something on Canadian soil, about another country, and supporting terrorism. Or we can give you a free ticket to Palestine, put you on a terrorist watch list, strip you of your Canadian citizenship, and put you on a one-way fucking ticket plane straight and direct to Palestine, and you can take that pro-Palestine bullshit directly onto the front lines. How's that? How's that sound? Because you're not respecting our country when you turn around and you're disrespecting our fucking country the way you're disrespecting us. You're disrespecting Canadians, and we're fed up with this shit. We're going to fight back. And the fight's coming at you. The fight's going to come real soon. I'm telling you, if I have to be the leader of the pack, I will. Right? I will start a fucking movement right across this country. Right? Canadians will fight back. We're sick and tired. This Palestinian protest got to go. We're going to pack your shit up and move you personally. You're done. You're getting evicted. Right? You're not even paying rent on the space that you're fucking occupying. Alright? You owe rent. You don't even have the fucking freedom of speech in this country. You owe us fucking rent, motherfuckers. You terrorist motherfuckers, you owe us rent. I'm going to be collecting real soon. Hey? You know what's going to happen if you don't collect? Let me show you. Let me show you what's going to happen if you don't pay up when I come and say that you owe us rent. You can either leave or pay us rent, right? Let's go on YouTube here. I need a certain video. I want to look up here to reference, so that you guys have an idea. So, for those of you interested in trying to incite riots or protests here in Alberta with that Palestine bullshit, let's check this out. Let's click on this link and see what happens. I'm going to be curious about this. Oh, what are they saying? We shall not be moved? Oh, hang on.
Moving in using force to remove students and their supporters. It was entirely peaceful the entire time until the police showed up. Protesters say officers left their mark. A couple of us discussed it with our isolated actually meet
They're whining and crying saying officers left their mark, but guess what? If you start that terrorist protest in Calgary or in Edmonton or anywhere across Alberta, you're gonna get met with brute force. Because we're not tolerating that shit in our country. The rest of the country might tolerate that bullshit because you've got terrorism. You've got people in high power who support terrorism. Right? And you got liberal run states. But when you come to Alberta, we're not liberal run here. You understand? And we don't allow you to step on our constitutional rights, and you don't turn around and dictate what the fuck you're gonna do in our province and on our soil. You don't get to turn around and come in here and occupy our fucking province and tell us what the fuck you're gonna do and scream and yell about some fucking bullshit that's going over in Palestine. Nope, because we'll turn around and we'll dismantle your fucking encampment so fucking quick, your fucking head will spin, man. What happened when they tried to set up that encampment here in Alberta, right? They tried to set up encampments in Calgary and Edmonton. What happened? What happened? Huh? What happened, people? What happened? Check out that link I just dropped, right, on my channel. In the message box. That's a clear indication what happened. Right? Clear indication. That shit won't be tolerated around here. Nope. That's the kind of common sense world I live in. Now, you may call that harsh and you may call that, you know, infringing on people's rights. No. I'm going to be very fucking clear and very clear with every one of you. When you support a protest like that, who supports terrorism, and you're chanting terrorist chants and death threats against Jews, okay, and against human beings just in general, okay, you're part of a terrorist organization and you need to be put on a terrorist watch list. And then you need to be registered with the terrorist list. And then you need to be treated and jailed as a terrorist. Okay? You're all lucky I don't run this country. I speak that very lightly. You are very fucking lucky I don't run Canada. And that I'm not the Prime Minister right now. Not yet. But one day I will be. And I can guarantee you one thing right now. If I was Prime Minister, each and every one of you who are participating in these pro-Hamas protests are going to get photoed, documented and profiled, jailed, and put on a terrorist watch list. And each and every one of you will be put on a terrorist list. And then your rights will be gone. Completely gone. The government will immediately have the right to monitor each and every one of your conversations that you have on your cell phone. Have the right to monitor your messages from your cell phone, your Facebook, and your computer. Have the absolute right to monitor everywhere you go. You will have to wear an ankle bracelet, and I will monitor everywhere you go. Or if you want to stay in the country, and that would be after you would serve a sentence of 2 years for supporting terrorism. Oh yeah, you're gonna get 2-year sentence in prison. Yeah, I'll give you 2 years less a day, so you don't even end up going to federal prison, because federal prison's a fucking walk in the park. All right, you're gonna end up going to provincial jail. Yeah, provincial jail will make your life rip ass hell. Yeah. So, and if you lip guards off in provincial jail, they're gonna give you a beating right on the spot. Now, for anybody else who wants to participate in that, we're gonna come to these protests. We're gonna identify each and every one of you. We're gonna put you into custody. You're gonna get bracelets. You're going to get identified. And if it founds to be that you're from another country and you don't belong here and you're here on a student visa and you're here to study school or whatever else, your student status is going to get revoked and you're going to get shipped off back to your own country. Alright? And you're going to get barred from this country and you're never going to be back here again. And by the way, with you being barred from this country and the United States, your entire family name will be barred and ineligible from entering the United States or Canada, period. Right? And we need to, us as Canadian citizens and American citizens, we need to go and round up these motherfuckers and just get them out of our fucking country. It's just simple as that. Let's go take down their protests right now and assemble our police forces and our military. We'll take down their encampment and we will identify each and every single one of them. They want to wear masks, that's fine, they can wear masks, but we're going to go to that encampment, we're going to go to the protest, and we're going to arrest each and every single one of them. Surround them, don't let them leave, suffocate the crowd, right? Completely surround them so they have nowhere to go, right? And then start arresting each and every one of them. Put each and every single one of them in handcuffs. Every one of them in bracelets. And then identify each and every single person. And every single person, take their masks off, get their name, get everything, document everything about them, learn everything about them. And they get profiled as being a part of a terrorist organization. And they get put on a terrorist list. And then they get terrorist charges. And then they could turn around and face federal prison time for their terrorist acts. Then, when they're done serving federal time here in federal prison in Canada, then they can get shipped out to Guantanamo Bay, right? Where the rest of the terrorists go. And they can enjoy a cock meat sandwich every single day. Alright? Because I'm not putting up with domestic terrorism in my fucking country anymore. Understand? And the word's getting out there today. The word's going out there right now. As soon as I get off, I'm getting off the mic here in a few minutes. Because I'm already way past late for church. But I'm letting you guys know it's coming. Yep. I'm gonna let it out there. And I'm already talking with politicians. I'm already in negotiations with politicians, and they're already asking my 2 cents and how to handle these kind of situations right now. And I have a lot of ideas. I've given them a lot of ideas in certain scenarios and how to handle this situation, and it's all up to them. It's in their ball court, right? But I've given them a few different ways that we can handle these protests, right? From my professional analyst point of view, okay? And I know there's going to be a lot of you that are not going to agree with how things are going to go down, but you have to understand, it's our country, right? It's our rules, not your rules. And if you're not from here, you don't get to come to another country and start making up your own rules. Shit don't work like that. Okay? I guarantee you would not be able to travel to another country like China or Russia and start manipulating their rules and their regulations to suit you and think that you can get away with it just because you don't think the rules apply to you because you're not from there. Okay, you're gonna get a very, very quick dose of reality real fast having that kind of mindset. You will. But I mean, I'll leave that up to the stupid to figure that out for themselves, right? I mean, I can only warn people so much, and you know, give out advice. I talk to God on a daily basis, all the time, okay? And the Lord gives me messages to deliver, but it's not like the Lord has words specifically, you know, saying to my head like, hey, say this, say that. No, it doesn't work like that. No. But how it does work is this, is that how I'm speaking with the rest of you right now, and coming out and talking like this, is basically God's knowledge and, you know, a little warning about things that are happening. And kind of a heads up, right? I believe I am blessed with God, and you know, God has blessed me with certain skills and talents, and I'm discovering them, and it's very cool and exciting all at the same time, right? And in discovering all this stuff and realizing all these blessings, it does come with some conditions, right? I.e., keeping your faith in God and talking about it and not being afraid to spread the word of Jesus, and not being afraid to express your faith and to show others that, you know, the word of God, and that God can save you. The word of God is good, and the Bible is true, and it is our spiritual book of guidance, right? That is. Do you guys want to know what the key to the everlasting life is? It's the Bible. Okay? The Bible holds the key to everlasting life. It's the most important book there is on the planet. The most powerful entity known to man, humankind, gave us a book of knowledge. And so many of you refuse to even open it up and look at it, or even like try to understand it. But you can turn around and you can read a bunch of novels and books about drama, right? Romance, violence, etc., right? Storytelling, all kinds of stuff. But you won't pick up the Bible. Nope. Oh, I don't want to believe in that book. That book might be wrong. Wait a second. This coming from the same people who are reading fictional books and calling that stuff realism and truth and blah blah blah. But the Bible's full of lies. Wait a second. Hang on. So my question to those types of people would be, just out of curiosity, so how long has your fictional books, how long have they been published for on this planet, right? And then, who's the author of that fictional stuff? And I'm sorry, I have, you know, maybe one more question to ask, and it might be hard for most of you guys to answer, and I'm pretty sure it is for that kind of, you know, cluster of people, is, do you have any idea of common sense? No. No. So they're willing to put all their thoughts and everything else all in one basket into fiction. But, you know, the Bible, Scripture has been around for an extremely long time. A very, very long time. Way surpassing our lifespans, right? But let's not trust... No. Don't trust that. Don't trust that at all. No. That possibly can't be right. No. Come on. Why would they... That's probably made up. Are you kidding me right now? What? Yeah, there's different versions of the Bible. But why else on earth would that book be so driven into our society so much to have some sort of faith in our Creator so that we can be saved and have a good life? Jesus died on the cross for our sins. Is that so hard to accept? Is that so hard to understand? Huh? That's why we're able to have forgiveness. Right? If not, we all would have been doomed a long time ago. Are you kidding me? Do I really have to explain this to everybody? Do I really have to open up everybody's eyes and make you guys see like the actual true picture of things? Because God could have hit the flush button a long time ago. Long time ago. Seriously. You don't believe me? Here, let me give you an example, alright? Noah started building an ark. Everybody started laughing at him. Everybody. What are you doing? Haha, you're building a big boat? For what? Huh? Hey? Where do you think you're going to go with that? They kept laughing and laughing at him, right? He kept quiet and kept building. God told him to build a boat. God gave him the idea to build a boat. There was a reason why he was building a boat. Nobody looked at that aspect of things, right? Everybody just looked at the fact that, oh, wow, he's building something like that? That's crazy. That's wild. And they automatically start judging. As if they have some sort of a right to judge another human being before judging themselves. Right? So anyways, they turned around and they kept laughing at Noah. And Noah kept his head down. Then Noah got another directive from God. He had his feeling he had to go and collect two of every animal. Male and female. So that survival could happen. Noah started loading up animals. People called him even more crazy. Noah didn't care. Noah listened to God's directive. Right? He felt it in his heart. It was God telling him what to do. So Noah did his business. And it started to rain. And rain, and rain, and rain, and rain, and rain. And the rain never stopped. And soon everywhere started to flood. And all those people, all the folks that were laughing at Noah were now panicking. They didn't know what to do. They can't swim. The water is rising. And you know what happens when water rises? Water moves faster than you think, and so is much more powerful than you can ever imagine, or that you can even try to comprehend or understand. Water is an extremely vast moving force that has its own properties. And we're not going to get into that though, but the water level kept rising. And Noah was safe with the animals on the boat. And Noah watched as the water levels kept rising, and it swallowed up everybody. And so many people drowned, begging and screaming for help. There was nothing Noah would do. No, couldn't. Why? They all shamed him and deemed him and damned him. and laughed at him. But who's the smart one? Who's afloat above the water? Who's going to survive? The world had turned into such a nasty place that God said this has to be reset. I have to start over again. Now, I'm not a genius and I'm no expert. But I have predicted things that have happened over the last 4 years. And I'm telling you, it's not global warming around us right now. Alright? The planet has always changed. If you want to follow the science, the proper science will tell you, and research, that the planet has constantly changed. The planet changed so abruptly, and at some point, dinosaurs existed on this planet, and at one point they all got wiped out in one spot. And you want to call that climate change? Like, holy fuck, it is climate change, right? But it's not, it wasn't done by that. Like, what are you going to do? Turn around, oh, that was the dinosaurs' fault. They turn around and they caused that climate change to themselves. Really? Really? No. And here's another fun fact for you. This planet has been through hell and back. Okay? This planet's been through more shit than you guys could even shake a stick at. Right? This planet has been through tectonic plate shifts, eruptions, earthquakes, you name it. Like, it went through the frozen era. You think for 1 second us making some garbage with some plastic bottles and bags and driving around with some fucking vehicles is really causing this planet to turn upside down? Give your fucking head a shake. We're nothing but a common cold to this planet. This planet's gonna be here way longer than us. The planet's not going anywhere, motherfuckers. We are. Telling you. Yep. The planet will swallow us up like a fucking bad disease. Yeah. And toss us away like a wet fart. Yeah. We'll be done. Yep. The human race won't even exist. You think I'm joking? I'm not. Like, God has been giving us warning signs. If you read the Bible literally says, this will happen if once this starts happening on the planet. I will do this if this continues. The Lord is literally giving us instructions in the Bible of the types of consequences that will happen to our planet and to our society if we go against His direction and the Word of God and the way of the Lord. I.e., example, Nashville, right? Alphabet Community Church, the gay church, okay? Middle of the night, lightning strikes that church, burns to the ground. Not done by humans. No. The only gay church to ever be hit by lightning and set on fire, because it was a rare church and it shouldn't have existed in the first place. But are you going to call that what do you call that then? Huh? Nobody set that church on fire. There wasn't any people who were hateful towards the gay community or anything like that, right? Nope. Middle of the night, that place got struck by lightning. Struck by lightning. Huh. Well, I can think of two people, or two entities, I should say, or whatever you want to call them. I can think of two individuals, i.e., one being God, the other one being Zeus. Those are the only guys that I know that throw lightning bolts down from the sky. And God set that church on fire. Right? We didn't do that. God did that. God turned around and burned that shit to the ground. That should have turned around and told the gay community, hey, that should have been a wake up to the gay community and sit there and go, hey, you're going down the wrong path. You need to straighten your life up. You need Jesus in your life. All right? But I mean, you can make your own decision. Right? You can choose your own path. But the path you're choosing, we're just warning you that you're leading yourself down the way, like, you're punching your ticket and securing yourself a condo in hell as we speak, kind of thing, right? And you'll spend eternity there. Now, this planet and this world right now and all the suffering that we're going through is just a test of a testament, and for God, he wants to show us how difficult life can be without him in our lives. That's all these are. This is all big tests. And it's God showing you and God trying to lead you on guidance. Okay? And trying to put you on the right path. And trying to show you that there is and will be better days. And all this stuff that we're seeing around us right now is all just an example of how bad it will be in eternity, forever. Can you imagine? Huh? Imagine being stuck in this realm in a reoccurring dream, non-stop. So just imagine, alright, the very last day of your life and the misery that you're experiencing around you right now. Imagine having to relive that day over and over and over and over and over again for eternity. There will be no sleep. Nothing. It would be constant misery and pain and suffering. Always. That sounds horrible to me. I mean, it doesn't take a genius right now to look at society right now and go, well, this place is pretty much an upside down world right now, right? And it's a pretty horrible, like, place. Like, things need to change. Like, this is pure hell. Like, what the hell happened, right? Our world is flipped upside down, right? It leads a lot of us questioning whether God's coming here soon, and any of us and any of those who have been to church and have faith in God, read the Bible, then hey, we're the ones seeing all the warning signs around us that the coming of Christ is right on the doorstep. The rest of you are calling us crazy, and we're looking at you going, well, look at yourself, right? Look at yourself with your pink and green hair and wearing a tutu dress as a guy. You're not happy how God made you? How can you say you're truly happy? If you're trying to change yourself, transition yourself, try to say that you're gay, alright? And you're going against, and you're looking at yourself, you're hating yourself, well then you're disrespecting God. You're disrespecting God to the fullest. You're hurting God. You're hurting him because you're his creation. He created you. He made you the way you are because you're special, you're unique, and you will find that out about yourself. You don't go try changing yourself. You're not the director. If you were the director, you would have gotten to choose at birth to be male or female. Did any of us get that choice? No. Were we born the way we were? Yes. Is there two genders? Straight back even to the animals. Yes. Hey, fun facts. How does the animal species, insects, everything else out there that's non-human survive? How does their reproductive cycle work again? Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh no I didn't. It's just plain out there common sense staring at you right there in the face. It's because male and female get together and wow, life happens. Life can be created. Are animals gay? No. There's no such thing. Okay? They don't sit there. If another animal likes another animal of the same sex, doesn't mean it's gay. Right? But the survival of animals and anything else out there on the planet that is still alive today has gone on the very basic knowledge and understanding that it takes a male and a female to create life. That's how God made it. That's his creation. You can't mess with that. If you start messing with it, you know what happens? Here's what happens. Let's go into it. Fires are happening around all over the planet. Places are getting flooded, right? Places are getting starved, right? Places are at war, and absolute chaos and destruction is happening. And you call that climate change? Interesting. Huh. Because, there was no screaming and chanting and crying about climate change. Ever. Up until 2020. Right? No mention of it. Why? Because it didn't exist. Right? Because we don't... We're not damaging the planet. Okay? We're a disease to the planet. Seriously. We are. We're an infection to the planet. The planet sees us as an affection. Okay? We're an inconvenience to the planet right now. The dinosaurs were an inconvenience to the planet. You see what happened? No more dinosaurs. Okay? When the planet gets fed up with you, that's it. You're done. Or it's the creator turns around and hits the reset button. Okay? You can't go on some delusional fantasy and run around the world thinking that there's no higher power and there's no consequences for your actions. Okay? It doesn't work like that. The universe doesn't work like that. Karma doesn't even work like that. Karma works in ways that you can't even imagine. God works with karma. Karma's on God's team. Listen. Karma and Mother Nature, alright? They're on God's workforce staff. Right? They're on his payroll. Right? So you keep fucking up with God, and he just turns around and sends karma after you. And he's like, okay, you want to turn around and you want to go against my ways and you want to keep pissing me off and hurt my feelings of how I created you? Okay, fine. He sends karma after you. Oh, fine, I'm gonna mess with your life. I'm gonna flip your life upside down. Alright? It's true. You don't realize it, but now you will, because I'm giving you the dirty facts, right? And the ugly facts about it. You see, everything I have in life right now is because I kept my faith with God, and I kept God in my heart. And I'm not just preaching that because it's Sunday, but I have a duty and an obligation to make sure that the word of the Lord is spread around and that we all understand. Okay? Because I have all the blessings in my life because I kept God in my heart. Because I kept my prayers. I kept praying to God. Yeah, you know what? I kept drinking sometimes, and you know, God watched me go on that path, but at the same time, God was opening my eyes and putting the right people in my life so that I could keep changing my life, so I could keep doing better. Okay? Because 4 years ago, I had got him almost 4.5 years ago now. Yeah. No, sorry. I stand corrected. Almost 4 years completely. I had God in my heart a little bit. Like, I would say part-time. Because, I mean, I would pray to him on a daily basis, but I didn't put any effort in. I wasn't trying to attend church on Sundays. I wasn't reading the Bible. I wasn't keeping in touch with my faith, and I was just, you know, trying to get by the seat of my pants, basically, and try to say, like, little quick prayers to God here and there, thinking that, you know, I'm doing good, but man, I wasn't. I had life-changing event, and it really it brought me back to my faith when I was younger, to my younger days, when I was always looking forward to going to church on Sundays because I wouldn't be getting abused for that day as a child. So I'd look forward to going to church, right? And that was where my faith was with God, was on Sundays and stuff like that. But somehow I got distracted away from that when I had left home and from my teenage years, and I had some turbulent times through my 20s and early 30s, right? And when I look back at it, I realized God was not in my heart the way he is now. I didn't have the blessings I have now in life back then. Back then, I had nice things. I was making good money, sure, but that wasn't the real true blessings. It wasn't. And all the wrong things were in my life because I didn't have God in my heart. And then God, what makes it so clear now is because it's only been because the last couple of years of building my faith with God stronger and stronger that God has opened up my eyes into realizing exactly how and where I went wrong and why the things happened in my life happened. Because God was showing me, you did this, you messed up, this is why things were difficult, because you kept me out of your life. You kept your faith, you didn't keep your faith properly, you know, you did this wrong, you did that wrong. I had to look at it as, why was my life difficult instead of oh, feel sorry for me, my life was difficult. Right? A lot of it was out of my control, but then there was a lot of it that was inside my control. And owning up to it is, well, that's what God will, you have God in your heart. God will open you up to see exactly where you went wrong. And then it's harsh looking at that reality. It's eye-opening. It's, you know, and you can realize where you went wrong, but at the same time, it'll make you realize, okay, I'm not going to live with regret. Right? I made those mistakes. Okay, let's move on. Let's be a better person. Right? We have a chance. Right now, this is our time. We're still alive. God gave us another day. Tomorrow's never promised, ever. Never has been, never will be. All right? All you have is today. So make the best of it. Okay? Make the best of yourself. For me, I wanted to start drinking today when I woke up. And the more I'm speaking to all of you, about it and expressing my faith, it's given me more of a strength to stay away from it. Today is a battle for me. Each and every day will be. And it is for a lot of you. We're all battling our demons, that's for sure. One thing you can be grateful for, though, is that you're above ground today. You're alive. Alright? You could talk about tomorrow all you want. Okay? You can say you're gonna do good, or you're gonna do this another day, or whatever, but I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this is the facts, and it's gonna hit you in the face pretty hard. Yeah, tomorrow's not promised. Yeah, there's no guarantee for tomorrow. Okay, when the lights go down tonight and you go to sleep, you might get up tomorrow and you might not. That's in God's hands. That's not in your hands. If it's your time, God says that's it, you're done. See ya. And guess what? All the rich, nice, fancy things you have surrounding you, and that you paraded yourself around thinking that you were great in, you're not taking it with you. It goes nowhere. Yeah. You know what goes somewhere? Your voice. Your legacy. What you leave behind. How you made an impact. Alright? How you showed the world what kind of a human being you could be. And lived up to your potential. And discovered your potential, for that matter. Because that's very enlightening as a human being in itself, because I'm discovering that. I'm discovering my uniqueness and how I'm able to express myself. I always thought about having the courage to talk and try to give my advice out to the world and express my views about things, but it was nerve-wracking at first. Like, the thought of it was. I mean, the thought at first actually, it thought like it was easy, right? I thought this will be easy, but because usually I'm a motor mouth and I talk anyways, and right, and I'll be able to express my views and opinions to everybody. But then also I was a little bit terrified of it, because I'm gonna be bringing up scars from the past, and that's gonna trigger some nightmares and some feelings, right? And I wasn't sure, I wasn't quite 100% if I wanted to go down that path and reopen those scars and wounds. And you know, relive that pain all over again. Like, opening up that pain triggered me into giving in and being weak and drinking again and relapsing and being stupid, right? And you gotta understand, drinking was my one and only way of bearing all that hurt and pain from the past, all of it. Because as soon as I'd start drinking, man, you can't. Well, you could think about it, but your brain doesn't go there. Like, your brain's completely distracted off of it and doesn't even know that stuff exists anymore, and it's gone. And then there's regret afterwards, right? You start drinking, and you get into drinking, and then you start like, oh crap, why did I do this? Why am I doing this to myself again? This ain't gonna make me better. Nope. It's probably gonna be one of the hardest things I have to struggle with for likely the rest of my life. At the same time, I think it's gonna be really helpful for a lot of other people if I do what I'm doing right now and just be real about it and express the struggles that I have to go through with it, and you know, with dealing with it, and you know, my journey and whatnot, because there's so many people out there that suffer in silence, right? Because they hate the label. I hate it too. Look at that. Number one alcoholic, or number one asshole. Either way you want to see it, the letter A. It's not an easy term to come with, right? Believe me, I know. It took me 20 years to come to the terms of it, alright? But I'm an alcoholic. That's just the facts, right? I didn't like the name. Oh yeah, I tried to stay away from that name. Every time I heard that expression being thrown at me, I get angry and I get upset. And I get defensive because, yeah, I knew that was me, and I just didn't want to admit it. I didn't like that reality being thrown at my face. I didn't like that stigma. I didn't like that name being thrown at me. Because I'm struggling with it. Like, I'm just trying to do good and be good. It's not easy. It's not like I can just easily walk away from it and not touch it again. Like, it doesn't work like that. I wish. Oh man, do I ever wish? I've already started going through withdrawals now. So the next 24 hours is going to be interesting again. And I will say this too, no one ever wakes up and decides that, you know, hey, I'm gonna become an alcoholic. You don't. You really don't. You know, and here's the other thing too. Sometimes owning up to it will be the best thing and the best therapy, because I tried to fool myself and hide it from myself for the last 20 years. Yep. And I literally, it's only been this year, it's only been recently that I've faced facts. and said to myself, like, hey man, you're an alcoholic. Like, you know, we gotta keep going in our life, and we gotta straighten up and put the brakes on this bullshit, right? We're better than this. So that's what I've been doing. And it's been a process. I mean, like, it for some of you, I mean, fortunately, it will happen for you overnight, luckily. And for some of you, you're gonna relapse a few times. I've relapsed 5 times now, trying to get sober. 5 times already. But I can tell you, each time I've been, like, my sobriety has lasted longer, right? So I am getting there, right? I'm on that path, rather than, you know, not having any faith or belief in myself that I can even go on the path of being sober and stay sober. You know? It's a process. I'm learning it. I'm going through it. I'm living proof. I'm telling you guys as I go through it. And a lot of you who know me, right, and who have been following me, you know that I struggle with it, and you know that it's not easy. And you know that I'm at least trying. I'm not giving up and saying, like, there's no hope, and, you know, not doing anything about it. I'm not sitting there going, yeah, I'm just going to drink for the rest of my life and say fuck it. No. Because I want to be alive to see my girls be successful in life. I don't want them burying me at a young age. I don't want them to have to live with that. I don't want to let them down like that. It wasn't just God who inspired you. It was my daughters. I had to have a real thought and open mind about thinking about the consequences of what I'm doing right now, and what kind of consequences that can have, and an impact on someone else's life. Do I want my daughters, you know, as adults, not wanting to, you know, hang out with me at all, or have me around at Christmas time or family events because I'm drunk and I'm drinking, and they know, they'll know, right? What? I've just been having these fears. Like, I played out the scenarios in my head. Like, what would it be like? It's like, oh, are you gonna invite Dad to Thanksgiving? No, Dad's drunk, right? No, Dad's probably been drinking. Dad's probably drank 15 beers today. We're not bringing him here, right? I could only imagine the conversations that are gonna happen, right? So I don't want to be left alone when I get older. I want to be able to be involved in their lives and be there for them, and be somebody that they can look up to, and be a rock when they need me the most, you know? So I can be their rock, and I can let them know, like, hey, your tough life experiences, you're coming at me with them, you're expressing yourself with me, you're breaking down, okay, I'm gonna pick you up, I know exactly what to say and how to help you, because I've been through those life experiences myself, because I've been strong and I've put up with it, right? I've been there, right? So I can relate to you, because sooner or later your kids will grow up, and you got to realize as a parent, they're gonna need you at some point. Even as adults, they're gonna need you at some point. They're gonna turn to you for something at some point in your life, and it's gonna happen when they need you the most. Okay, that's the reality of it. You might not think about it now, but now you got something to think about, because that's facts. Because they're going to come at you at some point in life, and they're going to need you the most, and you're going to have to be there. And if you can't be there for them, it will likely be the most I couldn't even imagine what kind of feeling that would feel like. If you couldn't, could you just imagine not being able to help your own child when they're older? If suddenly their life took a turn for the worst and got flipped entirely upside down, and they were heading down the spiral, and you didn't know how to handle that situation? Could you imagine that? Like, just imagine if your son or daughter ended up having a struggle with an addiction problem just like you, but was afraid to talk to you about it because, well, you're screwed up. You're always screwed up 24/7 kind of thing. So what's the point in them talking to you? Right? You're just going to be a worse influence on them kind of thing. You'll be looked at as not dependable and unreliable. I don't want that. I can't live with that. I can't. I can't, as a man, come to terms with even the thought of my daughters thinking about that of me. I'm not just changing for me, but I'm doing it for the sake of my children, for the sake of my daughters. As they're gonna look up to me at some point. And they need to be able to look at me and go that and be proud of their father and sit there and my father's a strong person. My father went through a lot of rough and tough shit, but he came out a solid dude, right? Not, oh, dad's drunk. I don't want to go and hang around dad. No, my dad's an alcoholic. He's always constantly wasted. Like, I just don't want that. I just don't want that to be their conversation around their friends all the time, type thing. I want them to be able to be proud of me and be able to, hey, Dad, I need your help. Dad, I need to talk to you about something. Okay, what is it? Right? I want to be able to be there for them, to be able to listen and be dependable for them when the time comes for them to need me the most. Because whether any of you want to like to hear this or not, reality is, if your child comes to you needing you the most, and you can't be there for them, you probably won't forgive yourself for that. Okay? Guaranteed. Just the thought of it for me scares the shit out of me. Right? It has scared me to the sober point. Yeah. Because I keep reminding myself of that. I keep reminding myself of those thoughts. Right? It's like, dude, you could keep drinking for sure. Alright? No problem. Alright? No one's gonna stop you. But reality is, as life gets older, your kids will get older, your kids will grow up, they're going to start families of their own, and eventually they're not going to have you included in their life or in anything that happens involved with their families because you're drunk. You're drinking all the time, and they don't want that around their families. Right? And that's harsh reality, but a lot of us need that reminder to set us straight. Okay? You literally do. Because that thought sets me straight. You know who really set me straight? Here, let me show you. I'm trying to see if there's a recent video of her speaking. No, that video is hard to find right now. But she goes off. I always watch Parliament talk and stuff like that, right? Because I'm very patriotic to my country, and I want to know what the hell's going on, right? And have a say. And as I'm getting on the path of being sober, Melissa turns around, and no politician usually does this, because it literally would, any other time that we've all been growing up now, right? Up until this day and age, right? And admitting anything about our dark past would be political nightmare. Would have ruined your reputation, ruined your name, everything, right? People would look at you differently, etc., right? And the other day, Melissa just turned around and she fucking lost it. You could see the fire in her eyes and everything else. She's just livid. And you could see it in her body language too. Her body was just vibrating. And she's like, because of their so-called safe supply policy, she's like, if that policy would have been around back when I was going through my addiction, she's like, I wouldn't be here in Parliament to be talking to any one of you right now. So I was like, okay, alright. It's all out there now. So, if she's got the stones to turn around and throw it out there, that she had a dark past, I started thinking to myself, you know what, man? It's probably not going to be a bad idea to just go out there and be real with everybody else and just tell them. Let them know. And what's up, dude? I just seen the message now. I'm looking at my messages. I'm seeing them now. Because I'm going on a little bit of a rant again, but... It's definitely not an easy thing to admit. But at this point, with everything that's happened in my life, I know this doesn't apply to all of you, okay? So, I know all of you can't do what I'm doing right now. But for me, I literally, at my point in life, I got nothing left to lose. I don't care about what people say about me, because I love myself and I have God in my heart. So I'm okay and I'm set on that path, right? It's okay. I understand people are going to make fun of me. People are going to talk behind my back. I get it. There's nothing you can do about stuff like that, right? If you constantly worry about what other people think about you, then you're going to be stressed out to the point where you're going to cause yourself to question everything you do, and you're not going to be happy with yourself. All right? That's breaking it down in reality. Okay? Now, the other thing, the other half of the battle is realizing your mistakes. Right? And realizing how you handle your past. I can't see when I shower sometimes, like, I shower all the time, but I mean sometimes when I'm in the shower, alright, and you know, I'm washing my body and I go down and I look at a certain area of my body and I see the scars there. And it just brings back painful memories. Right? And like I said, for the last more than 20 years, all I how to bury that is just drinking. Right? It's little things like that that we're able to, that have and do set me off sometimes. But I'm working on that, right? And I understand my triggers now, right? Now I'm learning what my triggers are, and I'm building strategies up now to be able to combat that, right? Because no matter what, my scars aren't going to disappear. Right? There's too many of them. They're literally. The one day I broke down in tears because I lost track of how many scars I was counting. I'd gotten past 10 and I just lost it. Right? And I looked at the other side of me and I started hating myself. Like, I started thinking to myself, like, this, I look ugly now. Like, you know? Like, these are horrible. And I, like, there'd be a little flash of anger. Because I still think to myself, what kind of a mindset do you have to continuously beat another human being that tells you to stop? Especially when they're powerless against you, and they're a hell of a lot smaller than you. What the hell, man? Seriously. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, how can you even... You can't even call yourself a fucking proper human being when you do stuff like that. And we're not talking about, like, you know, maybe that was a mistake once or twice or something like that. No, fuck. They did it to me for years, man. Years. Fuck. Going on like there were some fucking kind of normal people. Like, man, there's nothing normal about that at all. Nothing. You know, there's nothing normal about torturing a child and leaving them in their room. Okay, and beating on them whenever the hell you want. Like, do you want that to happen to you every day? Like, seriously? Huh? Would it be okay for me to lace your ass with a belt over and over and over and over and over again till you bleed? Huh? Is that okay? Because that shit happened to me. You know? I look at some parts of my body and I know how the scars got there. And it takes me back. And it's painful. That's why. Hence, I avoided those scars. I avoided looking at that part of my body for years. Long time. Now I check my body over all the time now. And it's just... It's painful when I go over the scars. Some days. Alright? Some days more than others. Very painful when I go over those scars. And look at those scars and realize where they came from. And how they got there. And then I remind myself that made me a strong person, though. That made me the strong asshole I am today. Yeah. I'm alive for a reason. I'm still here. I must be strong. Because if I was weak, I probably would have taken a dirt nap a long time ago. Or I would have taken the easy way out, likely. you know, I did think about it. There was 3 serious contemplations on that aspect. And, you know, I'm not afraid to admit that. I mean, I was there. I was, yeah. That's going back there. It was some really, really dark times, struggles. I don't want to be taken back to that dark place. I was in that dark place because I didn't have God in my heart properly either. You know? And it wasn't until I fully gave everything up to God and said, please take direction in my life, because everything's falling apart. I don't know what to do. I can't take this anymore. I was actually, this is hard to admit, but man, when you're suffering in a shitload of pain, as I was, and still do on a daily basis, but I mean, at that point, I was in a really bad spot, and when you cry to the point where you're vibrating because you're so alone and you feel so lost, and you ask for God to be in your heart, and God comes into your life and opens a pathway up and gives you an opportunity, you take it. Don't squander it, take it. The last 2 years could have been really bad for my life. My life, the way it was heading 2 years ago, that path that I was on, it would have ruined me. I was letting all my depression consume me and everything. All of it. I was too busy sitting around feeling sorry for myself and feeling lost. And with no sense of direction, without God in my life, I was lost, right? So I went back to my faith. That was because I was out of options. I had exhausted everything that I knew how to handle everything in life. I couldn't understand why, and then it hit me. It hit me like a ton of bricks. And then as soon as I kept my faith from that day on and kept praying and just became more in touch with God and had more communication with God, as soon as I started doing that, God started making my life better. Because I was lost, scared, and no sense of direction. None. 2 years ago. Right, 2.5 years ago. Or, sorry. Was it 3 years ago now? Yeah. Now that I think about it, yeah, 3 years. I lose track of years sometimes. But it is recent. I call that recent, right? But that's pretty recent, considering all, yeah. And I look back at things and, you know, I had all the warnings in my life from God that if I didn't start straightening up, and start seeing the light, and start accepting Him, then it was gonna end bad. I've escaped death twice. I've cheated death twice. I don't think I'm gonna get to cheat death a third time. And I say that lightly. I didn't, you know, for real cheat death. You know what I mean? Like there's no cheat code for death or anything like that. No, it's I've avoided dying twice. Let's put it that way. Right? I really think after the second time that you don't get a third chance. Yeah, it's not Vegas. Like, roll the dice and take your chance. No. I'm not rolling the dice and taking my chances on this one. No, fuck. Alright? I know. I know this is, like, you... Man, I'm gonna tell you something. If you've avoided death before and you've lived through something that almost killed you, you know, you get a feeling. You'll have the feeling, right? You'll have the feeling inside of you, like as I have, and you get that feeling, like, you know what? I'm not gonna be so lucky next time. Yeah. Like that was it. Like that was my last chance. Like. It's like, wake the fuck up now, or else, you know, that's gonna end up being the end result, and you ain't coming out of here alive. I remember fighting for my life once, like in 2021, and that was the hardest thing ever in my entire life. And I remember I kept praying to God, and I kept basically crying to God inside. I was scared. I was terrified. I was absolutely terrified. I didn't want to leave yet. I didn't want to go. You know? I wasn't ready to go. And when you're told by paramedics that they don't know if you're going to survive or not until we get to the hospital, that scares the shit out of you. That's scary. That's the most terrifying thing you don't want to hear those things. You understand? You don't. Because none of us imagine what it's going to be like when our time's up, and none of us really want to go either. Right? Fighting for my life was life-changing for me. It wasn't like... It'll change you. It'll definitely change you. You won't be the same after. No, anybody who's ever fought for their life and survived to tell about it, and has had near-death experiences, yeah, you know. I was dying in 2021. I can share my story with you all very vivid and graphically in detail what it's like to fight to stay alive. It's exhausting and very scary, and it's you have a lot of prayer. You start talking to God real fast. You do, because the reality starts setting in that you might not survive. That this might be it. As I was fighting for my life, though, I remember, like, I don't remember who was on my emergency contact at that time, right? Well, they get me to the hospital and everything, and well, they wheel me in, and as we're, you know, getting wheeled into the hospital here, right? I'm on the stretcher. They're saying like, can you get a hold of his emergency contact, right? 'Cause he might not survive. I was like, oh, I don't want to hear that again. And they call my ex. This is the person I was with for 4 years, who I trusted. And they gave her a quick download of the situation, and they said he might not survive, right? And she goes, I hope he dies. And she hung up the phone. Cop says to me, he goes, that's your ex? And I said, yeah. He goes, holy fuck. He goes, I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, I know. I'm like, well, it just goes to show people's true colors, doesn't it? Right? He goes, it sure does. Yep. He goes, I wouldn't have said that if my ex had called me in your situation. I said, same thing. Right? Fast track, couple years. And she's the mother of my child, of my daughter, and one of my daughters. She has a nerve to turn around and call me from the hospital. She had a mishap. She had slipped and fell and hurt her back and wanted someone to talk to because she felt all alone at the hospital and had no one to talk to. I said, really? Are you serious right now? Now you know how it feels. Click. That's what I did. That's what I said. He goes, that's facts. Why am I going to turn around and sympathize for you when you absolutely, completely turned your back while I was fighting for my life? I have no sympathy for you. None. Zero. I have none from my mother or my father either, because I wouldn't have even asked them for help anyways, because they're useless. Well, I guess they weren't completely useless. I mean, they did create something awesome, right? Here I am. According to them, I'm not awesome, and I'm a mistake, but you know what? I know differently, right? YouTube and gaming and all that stuff shows a completely different version of what they looked at me as. Listen, to any of you who feel completely alienated from their parents and they've been told that, you're not alone. And don't listen to them. You're not a mistake. I was questioning myself for almost my entire life, up until not too long ago, wondering to myself, like, are they right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to exactly say it, but I was questioning myself, wondering, like, is that what I am? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't help but question yourself like that. Like, you don't say that about your children. None of my kids are a mistake. I can tell you that right now. None. No, I may not have gotten along with their mothers, but you know what? My daughters are not a mistake. No. They're likely the best thing that ever could have happened to me. Because they're the inspiration that I have to keep to get on a sort of path to do things right. All right? You should never ever turn around and say that your child's a mistake. Because you don't understand what kind of damaging effects that has on someone's life. Those words are more powerful and hurtful than you can ever imagine. Because if you say that to your children or to another human being, they will carry that for years. And I'm telling you, because I'm at first hand, I carried it for years before I addressed it and had to face it and realized to myself, I'm not a mistake. I am something important. I am somebody important. I have skills and I have a talent and I have a purpose on this planet. Despite the two useless individuals who created me. Now, I call them useless because they're not doing their job as a parent. They're not being there for their child. Even though I'm an adult, they still weren't there for me. They weren't there when I needed them the most. Nope. And you want to know something else? They completely alienated me when I refused to get vaccinated and to wear a mask. Yep. I was completely alienated from my entire family, from everybody. I was completely cast out. 100%. Done. Lost all my friends, lost everybody. Even lost my own family. Well, I lost absolutely everything. And got called crazy. Yeah. I was a conspiracy theorist. I was crazy and all that. All because I didn't want to take the vaccine because there wasn't enough evidence to show me and for me to have a safe mindset that, okay, that this may be safe to take. There wasn't enough evidence for me. Okay? And I'm a person that analyzes everything. So when they started turning around and telling us that all of a sudden there was a vaccine that was going to cure the world's deadliest virus and was going to keep us safe, I'm thinking to myself, like, wait a second, hang on. You don't even have a vaccine for AIDS or for leprosy. And those are two of the, last time I checked, they're it's been around for, I don't know how, decades? Now, this so-called virus has been around for about 7 or 8 months, and all of a sudden you have a fucking vaccine to keep us safe from it? Whoa, that's not suspicious at all, right? Oh no, no red flag should go up at all. Wow. All the red flags went off when they said that. That scared the shit out of me. I was like, oh, wait a second. And as soon as I turned around and opened my mouth about it, I'm crazy. Oh, you sound nuts. You sound... They wouldn't do that. No, they're trying to protect us. The mask is going to protect you. You know, if you don't wear the mask, you're going to die. Like, they were trying to convince me of everything, man. No, I held my guns. I stood my ground. I trusted my gut feelings. I did have God in my heart at that point. And I said, Lord, is this what's supposed to happen? Am I supposed to... Or is this just some pushed in ideology, mindless bullshit and lies? And then for some reason I just opened up the Bible. I stopped doing what I was doing after that prayer, and just had some kind of feeling inside of me to go to the book and open up the Bible, and I didn't even know where I was looking, but I opened it up, and as I opened it up, you can't even make this stuff up. As I opened it up, it led me to the scripture that I was praying about. And it gave me the answers right there in front of my face. It was like God trusted. God told me to basically, like, gave your gut feeling, your intuition, your inside feeling, right? That's your conscience. That's your communication with the other side, right? Always trust that feeling, that gut feeling. If something feels off, if it doesn't feel right, like if it's making you question it, you know what I mean? Like, for instance, let's say, you go to the store, all right? Normally the same store or something, or you do a same routine every day, and then all of a sudden you wake up one day, and that feeling is there that maybe you shouldn't do that today. Maybe you should just avoid that today, right? Listen to that feeling, because that feeling's right. I'm telling you, it is. Always listen to that gut instinct and that gut feeling. That gut feeling won't steer you wrong. No, that gut feeling is your last line of defense to save your life. Okay, that's how I knew it. Same thing when it comes to your body will tell you anything to stop doing. Right? Like, my body gave me a warning about smoking. Right? I can't even finish an entire cigarette. Nope. Not even if I wanted to. My body doesn't let me. It rejects it. And that's my body telling me that, hey, if I continue to go on smoking the way I did for years, well, there's going to be some serious consequences, right? Your body can be corrected and repaired and fixed. You can correct the damage path that you were on. Everybody has that turning point, right? Everybody's body is different. Everybody's body mechanics is different, but I mean, you will get that. Your body will warn you. You'll know, right? For me, I got through the smoking part. The odd time, once in a while, I'll puff on a cigarette. But it's nothing like what I used to do. I don't smoke a pack of cigarettes in a day anymore. No. And I'm certainly not going to put down 15 beers today. Right? It gradually happens. You can turn it around and change the course of direction. It's never too late either. Like, hell, I'm living proof. Alright, I'm living proof of fucking up. Alright? If you think you're a screw up, okay, just look at me. Alright? I've screwed up 5 times now. Okay? But I'm still on the positive side of things. I'm still gonna try. Because you gotta look at it and take it one day at a time. Like, remind yourself, like, okay, I'm not gonna drink today. I haven't drank today. I haven't drank up until now, and I'm not gonna go and drink today. I'm not gonna do it. I keep reminding myself of that right now. I was having a mental battle with my mind and my body for the first few hours today when I woke up. It's like, oh, we're gonna drink alcohol today. No, we're not. No. It's like, oh, I need it. Like, no, we don't. And then my body starts reminding me, well, we're gonna start to go through withdrawal soon. Yep. Bring on the sweating, man. Let's go. Right? Let's sweat it out. Let's get through it. I don't care. Cause see, I can handle the withdrawal this time. Again, and I can handle the detoxing of it. Just because lately I haven't been as destructive. to myself. Like, the longer you go drinking, the harder it is to detox. Seriously, the longer periods you go drinking. So, say for instance, you go like 14 days straight. I know it sounds bad, but you go 14 days straight drinking and then stop your body from having that drink, your body's gonna want it more than you know. You're gonna go through absolute pure hell. Yeah. It will be the most challenging time of your life. But you can do it. Yeah. Don't give in. I gave in because I started talking about these topics. Like, I realized that. That's why I'm coming out and saying it, right? I'm realizing what my triggers are and what sets me off, right? But that's not going to stop me from talking about them, right? Like, I'm still gonna fix it. I'm still gonna address the situation, right? I'm just not gonna hide from the situation anymore. I'm not gonna put it on the back burner and leave it alone, right? I'm gonna face my demons, face my challenges, do it, and be better, and conquer it. Because the way I'm seeing it now is, quite honestly, that you can either let it make you or break you. That's the facts. The harsh reality is when you look at it and you think, if you don't address the situation at hand now, then later on down the road in life, everything's gonna come crumbling down. You're gonna have nothing. And it's gonna be a lot worse. Right? But you can do something about it now, especially if you have an epiphany about it in your life. Then you can definitely change it. Right? And I'll be your living facts and your proof of it, because I'm going through it. And so we're gonna be going through it, don't worry. Right? Hey, we'll check in on my progress. I'll try to. Well, I will do better this time. I let myself slide big time. Because I started flying my mouth open about why I was drinking so much that I was almost, well, I did convince myself that it was going to be okay to drink because I was speaking about that shit. Yeah. Not cool. Yeah, that sense of thought doesn't even make any sense. Right? And like there's no sense in that kind of thinking whatsoever. Like let me just be clear right now, okay? There's no convincing yourself that it's okay, because it's not okay. Like, for alcoholics, it's not okay. Like, for people like me, I can't have one drink. Not one single drink. No. Because then there's no limit. I'm not even kidding you. I wish I could tell you I could stop, but I can't. I can tell you I can stop, and I'll have all the good intentions to stop, but I can't. I literally can't. I know that. It's a harsh reality. It was very hard to come to terms on understanding that. But that is the bottom line. Because I had to realize to myself that even if I have one drink, I'm setting myself up for failure, because there is no control there. The reality is, no matter how much I tell myself I have self-control over alcohol, there is no self-control over alcohol when it comes to me. None. Absolutely zero. It doesn't exist. It's like I go reckless when I start drinking. Like I'll go from 1 beer to 5 to 10 to 15, and I can put down even more after that. You shouldn't be proud of that either. It's not a competition. Okay? Now, I'm disgusted about that because the majority of people out there, when they go to socialize and everything else, or they choose to have a drink to calm down or relax, they can have 1 or 2 drinks and enjoy themselves, right? And enjoy that. I don't have that self-control. Even when I try to have it, you understand? Like you don't understand. Like I can't harness it. Well, I shouldn't be saying the word can't. I'm just saying, actually, I have learned that my mind will not harness that concept. Right? Even if I go into it with the best of intentions. Like, I can go into it with a great mindset. It's like, hey, you know what? We can handle this. Let's buy beer today. We'll just drink 2 or 3. Fuck it. Right? We'll have beer for tomorrow. No, you won't. Are you kidding me right now? Like, fuck. Who the hell are you trying to kid? Right? You start drinking 1 or 2 of those beers and the whole damn box is gone. Right? Like, we're in it to win it. Like, no one likes a quitter kind of thing. That's how my mindset goes. Like, my mindset goes, okay, I'm only going to have 1 or 2 drinks and that's it. And I'm not touching anything else. Period. And then I start drinking. One becomes 2, 2 becomes 4. Suddenly an 8-pack's gone. And I'm looking at the beer going, I start looking at it like that, those are the only ones I have left. Like, when you start thinking like that, with that kind of mindset, that's when you know you have an issue. Yeah. When you're so worried and concerned about how many you have left that you're drinking, and thinking that you're not gonna have enough left, and that you start contemplating to yourself that you might need more because you're gonna finish that much. Holy shit. That's when you know you're in deep. you're in knee deep, man. Yeah. You're in knee deep for sure. And like you need to say something about it and address the issue. Cuz man, I never it never used to be like that. No, not in the beginning. I never used to look at it and be like, and worry that I only have so much left today, and stress about it. Yeah, I never used to be like that. No, but as you continue the slide, and you stay on that path, man, like that's where you end up. I'm letting you know. I'm there. Like I look at it when I start drinking now, like especially after I've put down like 8 or 9 of them, and I look at it and I'm like, oh shit, oh, fuck, that's how much I have left. Oh, shit, that's not even gonna that won't even give me a buzz. Fuck. I start thinking like that because that's the reality. Some of you can sit there and put down 2 or 3 beers and feel pretty good. That does fuck all to me. Not even kidding you. I'll put down 2 or 3 beers faster than you can put down a soda. Alright? And it won't faze me at all. I'm not bragging. I'm just giving you the facts. That's nothing to be proud of. Okay? I'm just admitting it because that's my harsh facts in reality. Because when I look at it and I assess the situation and I analyze it, I look at it and I'm like, oh great, I don't even get to enjoy myself doing that. No. What's that even really do for me? What was the purpose of doing that? I start questioning myself like that, and I start looking at myself like, hey, like, You know, asking myself, like, just the basic questions, thinking to myself, you know what, dude? If it takes 15 to make you start feeling good, how many does it take to get you drunk then? Like, where's the end point, dude? Like, like after the first 2 or 3 beers, you should have been feeling good and that's it, right? No more. But me, man, the first 4 to me go down real quick. Real fast. Yeah. You can't give me a 6-pack. That's a starter pack for me. Seriously. Like, 6 beers will disappear in no time. Gone. I'm not proud of that. I'm just stating the facts. Like, that's how quick I can put them away and still not feel anything. I'm trying to let you guys know that's where it gets scary. Okay? That's also another sign where you have a problem, because if after 2 or 3 drinks you're not feeling it, you're not on the good side, and you know, kind of thing, then yeah, you might have a problem. Your tolerance level's pretty high. And the reason why your tolerance level's pretty high is because you keep constantly bringing in alcohol into your system. Right? This is tough for me to admit, but, you know, for me, my body had gotten to the point where I needed it to function, or else I'd have seizures or shake. You know, it was bad. It's horrible. Trust me, it's one of the toughest demons to battle and fight in your life, but it's worth it. Getting sober. Right? Sure, I might screw up once in a while, and you might too. Like, no one's gonna do it perfectly. You're not perfect. You can't be perfect. Right? You're always gonna make mistakes in life. You just gotta learn from them, and it's what we take from those mistakes and what we learn from those mistakes. It will put us on a pathway to be a better person. Okay? I don't give up on myself. I can feel guilty. I can feel upset at myself for, you know, screwing up. But I'm gonna take the positives out of it and get back on track. Right. As I'm speaking to all of you right now, I've started going through the withdrawals. Yeah, I started detox and it sucks. It's not, you know, let's just put it this way. It doesn't suck, but it's just, I mean, getting on the sober part's great. Just going through detox is a little rough, to say the least, on your body. Yeah. Like, my body's not too happy with me right now. No. As I've deprived it now of alcohol for the last 6 hours. So it's pretty pissed off. But I'll get through it. I always do. One thing's for sure, though. I'm damn glad my detox is not going to be like it was. Like my... Oh, man. When I came off of the medication and that heavy drinking and almost died, and I had to fight for my life again for the second time in my life. That was the second time, and oh my, I'm telling you guys, like if that will scare you straight. When you gotta fight for your life to stay alive through detox, oh yeah, it'll scare you straight. You'll be grateful you came through detox, right? It's no joke. Hey, no. When oh man, oh, it was horrible. Just horrible. Just absolutely. It was a fight for my life, period. That's it. And there was no joke about it. I was constantly sweating, shaking, having seizures, and then some. Like, I was a mess. It was very, very scary. Extremely scary. Like, it's nothing like that now. Thank God. Right? Because I have these interruptions in my drinking now, like in my sober periods, which drastically helps. Because believe me, I had gone pretty much 2.5 solid years, pretty much every single day drunk, like dependent on alcohol, and then I robbed my body of it and completely went cold turkey and stopped abruptly, which you shouldn't do, but I wanted to do it because I was just sick of my situation and feeling the way I was feeling. And little did I know I was in a fight for my life in doing that. And when you're in that fight, you're already knee deep in it, and there's no coming out of it once you're in battle. Like, you can't, because you're fighting just to stay alive and function. let alone trying to have the energy to make it out and go get yourself some more alcohol. No, you're fighting just to stay alive. Right, at that point, you're fighting to keep breathing and try and calm your blood pressure down, because your blood pressure will spike huge, non-stop, on and off, and the sweating. Yeah, you need supervision going through stuff like that. It's very hardcore. Not easy. Don't do it alone. Alright? I have supervision. I can be monitored. So I do have that advantage and saving grace, for that matter. Because, you know what? If I hadn't have been monitored that very first time, back in February, that I tried going through detox, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I wouldn't be here. I would have died back in February. That's reality. So I'm grateful that I'm still around, and yeah, I can't hold in taking a leak no more. I know I haven't been playing GTA, but I've been sitting here talking and just enjoying expressing myself, I guess, and just getting it out there. And hopefully, like I've said this before, I'm really, really hoping that it has a positive impact on other people. And it helps them realize that, hey, you're not alone, you know. At one point or another, everybody, I think, goes through this. We go through depression. And for that matter, look, for the last 4 years, the last 4 years likely caused a lot of your depression for any of you. it gets easier. I know it doesn't feel like it, but it does get easier. Talk about it. Please do not be afraid to express yourself and just open up the conversation with somebody about it. Okay? You will feel better if you talk about it. You will feel better if you reach out and let them know that you have a problem so that you can address it. You will be very surprised at how much people don't look bad at you for admitting that. You'll be surprised at how much help actually comes out to help you. Right? You don't have to live in fear. Okay? I'm living proof. You don't have to hide it. You don't have to feel guilty about opening up about it and claiming it and labeling it. Okay? You can claim it and own it. It doesn't own you. Let's get that very clear. The label doesn't own you. Right? You own you. You are you. You are what you choose to be. And it is going to be a choice to go down that, to continue going down that path, where it's going to be a choice. You're at a crossroad and you're going to change paths and take a different pathway. Because things will get better in life. And let's face it, you're much better than that. Okay? You are. Remind yourself of that. I have to remind myself of that all the time. It's one of the key core groups. One of the key things to be successful in this. Right? I use a bunch of different tools to keep helping me stay on my sober path, but I do get distracted sometimes. And I do get lost, but always remember that it can be accomplished. And you don't need the alcohol. You just don't. Always remind yourself of that. You don't need it to be happy. No, definitely not. And remind yourself, it will only temporarily take away your pain and address your issues. And then you also have to analyze after the fact, or even before it, remind yourself that, guess what? Even when you convince yourself that you're dealing with those issues, and that that's going to be dealing with your issues, and that that's a problem solver, it's not. It's just that problem's going to be there for you tomorrow. What are you going to do? Mask it up again? You're going to go hide behind the bottle? You're going to go drink again? No. And I also think that the best people out there to give advice like this are people like myself and anybody else who are full-fledged alcoholics and they got years of drinking under their belt. Because those are going to be the people that know what they're talking about. See, I caught myself before saying the F word. I'm trying. Because nothing irritates me more than somebody sitting there with some university degree trying to tell me that they understand me and what I'm going through. Because I'll tell you something, when I asked the tough question to my therapist when I was talking to them about this, right? When I asked her, I'm sorry, do you know, did you used to drink every single day? And she's like, I don't think that's appropriate to ask. I said, no, it's very appropriate to ask. Because you're asking these questions about me, I need to know. Did you, at one point or another in your life, struggle with dealing with alcohol? And she's like, that's not an appropriate question to ask. She's like, that's not very professional. I don't really have to answer. I said, so in other words, no, you haven't. So now you seem to think because of a qualified, so-called, indoctored education from a university or college that gives you a diploma stating that you think you're qualified to counsel somebody in this field without even understanding what they're actually going through, and then actually telling them, trying to convince them that you understand what they're going through, when you really have no fucking clue, and you can't help them at all. And then you just turn around and prescribe them medication. Like, seriously, that's literally what I was told by my therapist. But she heard me out a little bit, and then, okay, so I have a solution for that. Oh yeah, all of a sudden, this person's got fucking solutions. A solution to my problem. Oh, you know what their solution was? Huh? Medication. Yep. I hadn't taken meds since I was 10 years old. Since I had refused meds that I was trying to be shoved down my throat as a child. So they had me convinced. She had me convinced, literally. She psychologically had me convinced that I should start taking medication. And as I started taking medication, weird stuff started happening to me. All kinds of weird stuff. And then, when we did a follow-up, and I started telling her that there was problems with my medication, you know what she did? She increased my medication. So, I'm just gonna shine the light on it and tell you, and spotlight on this. Medication doesn't solve anything. Throwing pills at somebody like that and saying, okay, well, just take this medication and check back with me in a few more weeks. Really? Like, that. No talk, no anything, no advice. Just we're gonna up your medication and we're gonna give you more. I started to worry at that point. I started to worry, is it even worth, it's pointless to talk to this person. Because this person's not even listening. This person's just trying to kill me. Right? It's kind of, I find it very alarming that there isn't a wait list for assisted death in Canada, for assisted suicide by doctor, but there's a massive waiting list for life-saving organ transplants. Yeah. That's scary. How can you push an agenda like assisted dying and assisted suicide for society and have that opened up in the fast lane? Like, you can literally sign up for it today and die next week, or even quicker if you want. You think I'm joking? No. Right? That's very alarming. I find that very alarming, and a lot of you should. The liberal government and the far lefts are so willing now. If you think your life's so depressed and you don't want to carry on with life anymore, you can sign up for assisted suicide and you get put in the fast lane, and they'll happily put a needle in you and you're gone. You go to sleep. Bye-bye. You're not waking up no more. Just saying. That should scare a lot of you, right? Speak up about that. That. Never mind about these protests and this Palestine this and Palestine that bullshit. All right. You people need to wake the fuck up and look at in our own backyard and see what's going on, what's happening in our own society, and what's happening to our own people. And you should be aggravated about that, not about a fucking war that you can't even control. A lot of you are sitting there protesting over shit you can't even fucking have any... You don't even have any control over it. What are you even worried about it for, fuck? Huh? What are you even bothering yourselves for and trying to scream and yell at a bunch of schools and brick walls, thinking that world leaders over in a Middle Eastern country right now who are fighting in battle, you think they give a shit what you're yelling and screaming about over here? No. They're not even paying attention. Your protests mean fuck all to them. It means nothing. It's just words. It's noise. They don't give a shit. They'll give you the finger and keep fighting. You think they give a rat's ass? No. You want to yell and scream about things? Yell and scream about how fucked up everything is around us right now. Yell and scream about the fact that grocery prices are through the fucking roof. Gas prices are through the roof. Taxes are through the roof. Homelessness is through the fucking roof. There's so many people homeless on our streets right now that we shouldn't even be concerned about some fucking bullshit happening over in Palestine. We should be more concerned with what's happening in our backyard. Or else you're gonna end up living in the fucking tents, man. Face that for reality. They're trying to distract us from the actual reality of the decay of our own society right now, in our own backyard. But, oh yeah, it's okay to protest about Palestine, and oh yeah, you don't go protest against that war, blah, 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 blah. Don't worry about what's happening in the backyard. Don't worry about taxes we're raising up. Don't worry about your grocery prices going through the roof, because get comfortable in those tents, because that's going to be your new permanent home. Do you want that for your reality? Wake up, people. Come on, fuck. And I need to turn around and address the issue with you guys. I'm gonna be your saving grace, you know that? I'm gonna be the saving grace for a lot of you. Right? Because a lot of you need to wake up to reality and understand that. Understand, look around you right now. The United States and Canada has collapsed. Our society has collapsed completely. Homelessness has skyrocketed. We are at a breaking point. It's a tipping point right now. It's chaos. Right? It's gonna be fight or flight soon. That's what's next. You know what's next? Right? Civil war. I'm not even joking you. We are on the verge of civil war, people. Wake up. Right? If you don't want to see it, the scary reality is going to hit you in the face once civil war breaks out. And mainstream media is not going to be the one that lets you know that it's happening either. No, they're going to be the last people to tell you. You're going to end up seeing it firsthand before you hear about it on social media. I'm telling you. That's going to be something that they're not going to... It's going to break out on social media, but it'll be on different levels. It'll be on levels that you don't even expect to see it on. YouTube and all that. Your Facebook won't even have it because they'll have that shit censored immediately. Man, are you kidding me? Facebook puts you in Facebook jail constantly. You can't speak your mind on Facebook. Alright? You say one thing wrong about anything on Facebook or anything that they think is offensive, and yeah, you put your ass in Facebook jail. You can't speak anymore. No, you can't have an opinion against theirs. No. That's unethical, right? That's not inclusive. Hey, I'm sorry. So, your definition of being inclusive is it's your way or no way, and if we disagree with you, we're the ones who are wrong. And we just have to go along with your sick ideology bullshit and fantasy? No. Here, let me hit you with reality. Okay? So, I'm out of here before I go too deep into things. Alright? Plus, I need to lie down. Alright? This detox shit's starting to hit me hard. Alright? And it's taking a toll on my body. I gotta go lie down. Alright? I'll catch you all in a bit. Stay safe, take care of each other, okay? And God bless. Alright? I'm out of here. Later.